All right. All right. It's about that time, I suppose. Come on. And I was about to go to the wrong scene. Not that scene. This scene. Oh, that's awkward. Well, it's Steam Streamlabs. I had this set up. But okay, so that's the wrong camera. I want this camera to be this one, and then that camera to be that one. Why is it not? Okay, well, technical difficulties to start things off. Alright. Hooray. Hi. I'm here. We're here. We're doing stuff. Maybe now, yeah. And ignore the grainy because the filter's still on it. We're gonna turn that off because we're definitely not using a green screen today. So we're gonna turn that off. Oh, please, thank you. Okay. Hi, we're here. We're doing stuff today. As you can see, Simon's here chilling with us. But we're having a little bit of a... Oh, I didn't save any of the changes that I made. Okay, well... Time for behind the scenes movement. Okay. Well, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna... Nah, we can keep that. Okay. Hi. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hi, friends. As you can see, we're in a different setup today. We're back to desk number 2. Desk number 2. Because you guys got to the 500 follower mark. So, we owe you guys an art stream. And we originally were gonna do mini painting with guys. Like these guys here. But, we found out a couple streams ago that they're already painted, and as cool as that is, I'll show it. Oh, Skeleman's not really. This one's kind of shows off the color, and it's not going to focus probably. No, it's not. Okay. Maybe. But yeah. It's cool and all, but, you know, less cool that we didn't get to do the painting, and even less cool that Plan A failed for art stream. So since we had found out that these are painted, and if you read the box, it actually says hand painted already. You know, reading's half the battle. So we're back to the Edward Arm things. For those of you who were here on the stream, honestly, it was like end of August that we did this. We started and actually did the prep for this stuff when it came to the actual like foam cutting and stuff. So we did a lot of the pieces. We did a lot of the work, especially when it comes to the work that were like the little finger bits. And I am super grateful. I was actually talking to the roommate. Actually, we are. Put that for now. That I'm super glad we took the initiative and labeled things. Hey, Scudios, welcome in. How's it going? You came in just in time. I'm just going over kind of what the plan is for today and how grateful I am at our forethought to label things. Like all the fingers are... Oh, these are kind of off cam a little bit. All the finger pieces we labeled, so we know that this is the thumb and so on and so forth, and like which piece is which out of all these stuff. What is Simon doing in the background? Why is he? He's the protection for the stream. None of you guys get any bright ideas, or we'll send Simon after you. It's fine. It's fine. He's here for your protection. But yeah, this is this has been my procrastination project, and by that I mean we did it on stream like 2 months ago. And then I have made very little progress since. And by very little, I mean absolutely none. Absolutely no progress. So we're here doing some painting today. His art stream, follower goal. Fun times. But yeah, Full Metal Arm. Because I owe KB a cosplay stream, and that is the plan, is to do Edward. We're doing the arm. So it was end of August that we did the actual, all these pieces. Because I have a bunch of this foam fabric board stuff. Fun times. So we did a lot of the cutting, gluing, attaching, figuring out of things. Full Metal's your favorite anime. You made a good choice. It is also my favorite. So hooray for that. Hooray for that. So we're doing the painting portion today. So we have all the pieces. All the pieces are already, like, to an extent measured up on, like, where they should be for, like, proportion arm things. So today is going to be the painting portion. And we decided on the stream that we're making this on originally, that for, like, a lot of the attachment things, we're gonna, I'm gonna do some, hole punctures and stuff like that for some, like, yarn or string attachments. Specifically Brotherhood. Okay, good, because that is the actual, like, correct one. So even better, Studios. I mean, both are good, but, like, Brotherhood's, yes, better, definitely better. But yeah, so painting today. I need to make a stop at the craft store for some yarn and or string, because I don't actually have any of that here right now. But that's, like, a super easy thing, just to puncture, attach. Because the plan is to, like, when you have forearm, like so, is that on the undercarriage, I want to have, like, puncture a couple spots, and then be able to, like, and that's how, like, you can get it on and off, rather than having it, like, bigger and, like, just full cylinder, and, like, put your arm through, like, a sleeve. Because then, like, around the wrist isn't, like, small enough. But, like, if you make it small enough for the wrist, your hand won't be able to go through. And that, you know, problematic. So we found the solution that is, let's just tie it to ourselves. So that's the plan for all of that. So that's a off-screen thing. Because the plan is to go to the craft store tomorrow morning, and then maybe actually wear this tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see how, like, functioning I am in the morning. So, you know, don't hold me to that. That's a maybe plan. But that is what quite possibly what's going on tomorrow. Is we'll have a short stream no matter what. Probably about 4 hours, because that's how many hours I owe you guys of spooky streaming for Spooktober. And we might as well get that out of the way for any and all of those merch purchases, and then any merch purchases that happen today or tomorrow. We'll add to that clock, but probably we'll do that another time when it comes to those hours streamed. But you know, both are good, but Brotherhood, yeah, Brotherhood follows the manga because, like, the original, like, the first one, the first series, it actually outpaced the manga, so they had to just, like, do their own thing, and that's what caused that issue. And then Brotherhood's like, hey, we're coming out, but, like, the manga's actually already, like, ahead of us. We can actually do things properly. So they did, which is exciting. Alright. Real talk, though. My one major goal for today is to not mix up this water, which is going to be our paint cleaner thing and my tea. That is the goal. That is the one goal. I don't want to drink from this, and I don't want to stick a paintbrush in this. That's it. If I get through all of today without that happening at all, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. But we'll see. Because I don't trust myself. I really don't. Hope they do the same for Game of Thrones. Well, I mean... We'll see. We'll see. Because Real Talk Studios, I watched it all. I've watched all 8 seasons. But, like... Season 6 was when I was definitely like... Oh. Oh no. Oh boy. And then Season 7 as like... Oh, why? And then Season 8... Yeah, we don't talk about Season 8. That's... Yeah. It gets to that level. And, you know... We'll see. Yeah, the last 3 seasons are not pleasant. Like, 6 is tolerable. 7 is... You're like... I'm close to the end. I'm close to the end. I can do this. And then Season 8 is like... Okay, I just gotta finish it. Like, I gotta finish it for the sake of finishing it, but, like, no one's gonna blame me if I don't. Push through and... Yeah. And just not watch Season 8. Hey, no, yeah. Definitely no one blames you for that. Because Season 8 was hot garbage. Hot garbage. Alright. So, I'm wearing a sweater today because I am definitely going to have to open the window at some point. Just because the smell of this paint alone is already... It's very powerful stuff. And, you know... But, like, look at that sheen. Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it on... But, like, look at... Can't really see it on... Yeah. A little bit. But, like... It's reflective... It's very reflective paint. And, like, I'm here for it. I'm really here for it. But it's also very, like... It has a very potent fragrance to it. Like full-on paint smell. And, like... Normally that's fine, but, like, we're gonna be here for a bit. With a lot of paint. And, you know... I have a feeling that I don't want to get, like, too loopy. Has, like, been, treating you well? Yeah, treating me very well. Bring in... You guys are absolutely incredible. Like, the fact that I've been able to, like, stream as a job, has already, like, taken the full-on steps for, like, hey, I'm able to do, like, my own thing, which is... I really like. And, like, all the people that I continue to meet, like, it just, every day just is an absolute pleasure. So we're here for it. We're here. Yeah, this is my job. Like, 100%. Like, we're still in, like, the starting phases, but, like, with each passing month, it becomes more and more viable as, like, an actual, like, thing. But yeah, hence why I stream, like, 40 hours a week. Because, like, what else am I gonna do with my time? Real talk. I mean, go out and, like, live my life and that stuff, but, like, you know. But, like, you know, I have the daytime for that, or Sundays/Thursdays, because we have 2 days off every week. Only stream part-time because I have school. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it really depends on, like, where you want to go. Because, like, for me, like, before, like, streaming full-time, I worked retail. Like, I worked retail for 6 years. And, like, I was originally in school for, engineering, like, computer engineering. So, like, I do have, like, background. Like, I didn't finish my degree because I was like, I'm like hating all of this, and I'm not like one for school. Like, I don't do school well. Like, I'm good at it, but like when you hate every minute of it, it's not a pleasant time. That and engineering was definitely something that I didn't feel like was something that I was wanting to spend all my time on. Right? So, hence why the not finishing that part, but completely valid, yeah. And ultimately, like, it's a matter of, like, sure, there's anxiety behind that of, like, you already spent all this time and money on it, like, why are you not finishing it? But, like, at the same time, it's like, well, I'm not finishing it because I don't want to waste 2 more years of my life. Because, like, sure, I've quote-unquote wasted 2 years, but not really. Like, ultimately, like, I still learn things, and at the end of the day, it's a matter of, like, still taking from...
Listen!
Jesus Christ. Thank you for the resub, though. Welcome on back. Month number 7. Let's go. But yeah, it's a matter of, like, what you take from that experience, right? So, like, sure, like, I don't have a degree after it, but, like, the overall experience of, like, living on campus and, like, the actual, like, educational part of it side of things, like, I still learned, like, a bunch of stuff. And it's still a life experience, right? So it's a matter of where you kind of take that. Like, from all of that, right? And then from there, like, ultimately, at the end of the day, are you enjoying what you're doing? Because, like, sure, the money aspect's nice, but, like, is it something that you can see yourself, like, actually just continue doing, and not, like, burn yourself out, like, day in and day out, right? Your posters were delivered. Oh, yes. Do it. Do it up. Go grab them posters. Big hype. Big hype. Let's go. You love to see excitement like that. See, like, it's stuff like that. Like, it's the simpler things, quote unquote. Where, like, take the time for yourself for things that you enjoy that will make you happy, and you do it, right? Like, get up and go. Take the steps that you need to, big or small. Like, everyone has their own time with it, right? And, like, you'll eventually get to where you want to be going. And if that takes you 40 years, I mean, so be it, right? At the end of the day, you still got there. But, because, like, there's no real rush to anything either, right? Still have to stop, wait, and, like, ultimately, like, there's still 7 billion other people, you know, doing their own thing as well, making the world go around. Still trying to figure it out themselves, because, like, you look at it, literally no one knows what they're doing. Absolutely no one. Because, like, one thing could change, and then it's like, okay, now what? So it's just like, it's how you take that, and how you what you take from each of those moments. And, like, the experience itself, right? Probably. Actually. the extra layer that we have, the actual physical layer of foam, is this doesn't really do edges very well, this brush at least. And we're making a mess already, which, no, I was expecting, to be real. Because if we end today without a mess, I mean, I was doing something wrong. Because, like, any time paint is evolved, there has to be a mess. Like, there's no way not to have a mess. Because if you're doing any sort of crafts, art, what have you, and there's not a mess, I mean, in some cases, figuratively speaking, but still, like, a mess is a mess. It happens. Which is why I have paper towel literally everywhere. And I have the extra roll. Because I know I'm gonna make a mess. Like, I made a mess opening these bottles yesterday. Like, taking the seals off of them. Because it was one of those moments where, like, the seal itself did not want to, like, come off. Or, like, I think it was this lighter one that I'm using right now. Actually, like, just peeled. Like, where the seal itself, like, the paper bit, like, peeled off, but not the actual, like, the plastic seal. So it's just like, well, now what? I had to do the whole, like, poke a hole and peel it thing. So, like, my hands were completely covered in paint yesterday. I wasn't even painting. So, if I get through today without at least that much paint, if not more, on myself, or, in this case, on the desk, because it's already happened, you know, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I'll be shocked. Because it's gonna happen. We're just doing initial, like, coating here, because the main part of this is we want to get to at least this and the main hand bit here, with their first coat of silver. Because these are the pieces that we actually need to go into detail on, more so. Because they're going to be the primary visible pieces. But also the ones that have the most detail, mostly the hand. Like, the upper shoulder bits will have some detail on it, but not as much. Also, this brush is very cheap, because I keep getting bristles all over the place. I really need to invest in, like, better brushes. Because this one's literally falling apart. Like, as we speak, is falling apart. Just like me. Not really, though. I'm good. Don't worry. That was a joke. I swear. It's a joke. But no, we're doing good. We're gonna be hanging out for however long this takes. Because ultimately, this stream is as long as it takes to paint this stuff. No matter how long that is. So, hopefully, it's just our normal length of, like, 6 to 7 hours. I'm hoping. It probably won't be that long of painting. I don't think we need that long to paint. Because, like, it's been, what, half an hour? It's been half an hour already? Oh, okay, maybe we might need that amount of time. Because of the constant talking. But, half an hour for this one piece. And then we have, so, what, another hour? About. So at around the 2-hour point, we should have initial coats done, is my estimate, based on this taking us half an hour. But we'll see where the day takes us. I no worries, Hades. Welcome on in, and I'm assuming you're lurking with that hi bye. No worries. Do what you gotta do. We'll be here for a bit. We're doing some painting today. Just hanging out. Doing some stuff. But I hope you enjoy whatever it is you're up to today. Main goal is to have this done for tomorrow. Because the original plan was to wear this and have like a themed game around it, but tomorrow's Halloween, and I don't have a costume. So this might be that costume. Be real. This might end up being that. Which is fine. Because plans are meant to give you a rough idea. And then ultimately, if they stray from that, hey, sure, it happens. Alright. So this is actually... Can't really see the difference on cam, by the looks of it, actually. But to me, it looks very noticeably different. Because, like, you have, like, full-on silver versus the foam, which is, like, a base gray. Like, your standard, like, what you would, like, if someone, like, gave you gray, like, this is what you picture. Versus this, like, this is silver. Like, this is what you would consider silver to be. In terms of coloration. Because, like, we'll actually try to show this off a little bit. Because, like, you have, right? Kind of see the difference now that it's angled towards the camera. It's a decent difference. Right? Now it has, like, kind of that metallic sheen to it. Depending on the way the light hits it, at least. Because, like, when it's flat, you don't really... You still kind of, when it's closer. But, like, further away, you don't. Like... We'll take it. We'll take it. Alright. So, based on, like, how thick this paint is going on, or the lack of thickness, at least, we might need, like, a second coat, just to get, like, at least make it more even. Because right now, like, I still see some of the gray foam, kind of. Like, it looks fine on camera, but, like, for me, at least from my perspective, I want to do better, so to speak. It's like, I want to look at it and be like, I'm proud of this. I have, like, one of those moments, right? I mean, either way, I'm still proud of this, because, like, the amount of time and, like, effort that's gone into this. And, like, hanging out with you guys when doing it. That makes it all the more precious. Because, like, half of these design elements that we've been working on were actually, like, some of the ideas from that originally, right? So, like, especially with the finger pieces, is, we had a couple of concept designs that we were kind of spitballing, and then from there, like, we came up with a design with, well, what if you just tie them instead of, like, gluing them? Because the glue was taking forever to dry, but also, like, it was super annoying to wait for it and, like, attach them in such a way that, like, it wasn't, like, weirdly bulky. So we went with the tying them approach and, like, cutting out the, like, knuckle space so that you can actually bend. Because the real goal here is to be able to, like, utilize this on stream, and that means holding a controller and or mouse and keyboard. And you can't do that when you can't really move your hand. Or at least, you can't do it well. I have since realized I'm painting the wrong side of this. Oops. Oh no, this is fine. Probably. Because, like... No, because this here is for the palm bit, and this here is the back of the hand. Is there a way that makes this... Because, like, if we go this way, like, that piece is... And that doesn't really work because, yeah. Well... We're gonna flip this over and put paper towel down. So that we don't make too much of a mess. We're gonna make a mess, but we're not wanting to make too much of a mess. And paint the correct side this time. Other pieces are labeled so that we do know which side is which. This one wasn't labeled, but like, wait, yeah, because we want it to be like that piece, and then where the thumb bit is. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just have extra metal paint that will dry itself eventually. But like, we have lots of paint, and like, ultimately, it's not going completely to waste, because I have a lot of extra. Like, these containers of paint are actually quite big. I got the slightly larger size, because I knew we'd be using a bunch of it, at least for this one. And then, like, the other, I'm like, oh, well, it's right next to it. I might as well just get a bigger container of this paint, too. Because, like, I'll eventually use it. So I'm not too worried about it going to waste. Because, like, we do art things from time to time in different projects. Mostly for mini things. And I'll be honest, I haven't done a lot of art things recently, like the past couple of years. Because mostly it's been for D&D stuff. And I haven't been doing a lot of that because, you know, lockdown, quarantine things. The world falling apart. You know, the usual. But, we'll see. We'll see where that takes us, because ultimately, I would love to get back into, like, the tabletop experience. Whether it be on stream or not, I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet. Granted, I do want to start at least doing some design things on stream. Because, like, that'd be a cool thing. The tabletop experience. Yes, Mary. Yes. Not the way that you're probably thinking. I'm talking, like, tabletop RPGs and, like, board games and, like, rolling dice. But, like... I'm talking about the more fun way. At least IMO, the more fun way. To use a table. Legit not thinking that, but... Sure, Mary, sure. Yeah, welcome on in. How's it going? Hopefully the brain isn't exploding too much from school things. You're clipping that? Of course you are. Of course you are. I'm sure there's bound to be a bunch of clips from... And, like, I'm kind of glad people weren't here yet at the very beginning. Because, like, we had full-on, like, scuffed streamer tech issues at the very beginning. I'm glad you're all here now. Hooray. Failed the dumb exam yesterday? I don't... Hey, I mean, did you try your best? Because that ultimately, at the end of the day, did you try your best? Happens to the best of it? Yeah. Well, that's the thing, like, I preemptively, like, got everything set up on this monitor at this desk, like, switched over the cameras, like, all the hardware and software stuff for OBS. And then, like, it was all working. Like, I had all of it set up. Like, for this camera being this camera, and, like, this camera being this camera, and, like, all of the things below me, like, adjusted. Like, all of it. But when I started up stream and like swapped over to the scene, I'm like, all right, so this camera was all black, black screen. This camera here was actually this camera here. It was a mess, but you did try your best. Well then, like, hey, that's all I ask. You tried your best, and at the end of the day, like, that's all anyone can really ask of you, is that you try your best, and like, okay, sure, you didn't pass this time. You didn't do as well as you had hoped. But there's always next time, right? Because if you want to achieve it, you can, and you will. It might take you a bit longer. Everyone has their own pace to things, right? Makes you feel 100% better, yeah. I mean, that's my goal, right? At the end of the day, my goal is to have this space for people, and that's what I want from this experience. And what I like to do is to help in that way, right? Make you feel better about that decision, that choice, that whatever, right? Complicated to get it set up. Oh no, yeah, like I knew what the problem was. It's just the fact that I had to do it twice was kind of annoying. So, hey Zion, how's it going? Welcome on in. Super busy. You wanted to lurk while I play Dead by Daylight. No worries, Mayumi. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate it. We'll be here chilling for literally however long it takes to paint all of this. It might be a bit, but I'm down for it. I'm down for it. How about you? Doing all right. Doing all right. We've been talking. We've been hanging out. I painted the wrong side of this piece already because I started painting the inside of like where the palm sits, and it's like, wait a second, this isn't. And I had to flip it over, which is why this piece is on a paper towel. I already made a decent mess of the desk so far, so. You always have Twitch in it. I mean, since I've known Zion, he's had Twitch in his name, at least from what I recall. But like, the mess of the test. My God, Mary. But no, like, ultimately, my main goal, A, is to, you know, finish all this painting. But, like, that's like a secondary goal. The primary goal of today is to not mix up this and this. This. Two different containers of liquid. This is the paint water. This is my tea. My goal is to not stick a paintbrush in this or try to drink this. If I successfully achieve that this entire stream, I'll be happy. Drinking paint is fun. Here's the thing, Mary. If I wanted to drink paint, I'd just chug it straight from the bottle. Paint water, however, different experience. Completely different experience. Right? So, you know. Yeah, like, I turned out fine. I ate Play-Doh as a kid. Very salty. No, like the Play-Doh, not me. But, like, it tastes surprisingly salty. Doesn't seem like a suitable pastime. I mean, just drink the toxic kind and then it'll make time really go by. Don't actually do that. That was a joke, people. No, please. Like, we only subtly joke at the idea of lead-based paint. I swear it's a joke. All right, it is getting warm in here though, because I'm wearing a sweater, so don't mess up things. And I knew this was gonna happen anyways, because the paint fumes is very potent. So apologies in advance if there's any random car honking and or sirens that happen. Because, like, I live, like, close enough to, like, the fire department that, like, if there's ever, like, anything in the area, always hear the sirens, so. Just at the old PC because the laptop's still in 3 pieces. Oh boy, son. Oh boy. Best of luck. Honking and sirens. Hey, Mary, this is the stream for you then. We'll take it. Take it. And not using my index to get the eyelash because there's already paint on these fingers. And I'd rather not stick paint into my eye. I'm pretty sure this is fine. But like... yeah, non-toxic. There we go. So, like, you know, great playlist. Thank you. I stole it, like all the other playlists I use. It's literally just lo-fi things. Let me see if I can link the playlist for you guys, though. Copy link. Boop. That is the playlist I'm using right now. And then I just have it unshuffled. Because I wanted something that has, like, enough length to it. So this is a 4-hour playlist. Which we'll probably get through all of, but, like, I have other playlists I use and stuff. Because, like, I have, like, a playlist for everything. Realistically. It happens. Makes his own lo-fi playlist and, like, a dude, you just search them up on Spotify. Yeah. Yeah. But, like, ultimately, if I run out of playlists, if there ever is a day, I don't mind making my own. Like, I will find stuff and, like, throw it all onto, like, one playlist. So, like, if I find anything off of, like, these playlists that, like, I like, I'll put it onto its own playlist, and then ultimately just use the good stuff playlist. If there's ever stuff on, like, any of these playlists that I don't really care much for. Because, like, if you make your own playlist, you can customize it. But, like, it's very rare that, like, you run into, like, anything on a playlist that it's not, like, similar enough to the rest of the playlist that you're like, okay, no, I still like this. Doesn't watch anime, so whenever a lo-fi anime track comes on, you know the reference and I cringe. No, I already have, like, the anime lo-fi playlist. That's its own separate playlist. We've used it a few times. That's the one we used on our 24-hour stream last week. Last week that we did that. Yeah, it was last week. The 25th, 4th, 3rd, something. Yeah, 22nd, 23rd. When we were playing TFT, I had the anime playlist. Press the enter button too soon. No, you're good. You're good. I do it literally all the time. I would say it's a human mistake. It's a human thing to do, but then that would imply that I'm human. So, you know. Usually for music with, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, you have, like, different playlists for, like, instrumental versus lyric. Because, like, there's sometimes, like, you just don't want to listen to people talk, right? Like, that is a big mood. You're not human? Oops. Am I? Am I not? I don't know. I never said anything. Don't worry, Harry. Don't worry about it. I am making an absolute mess of this desk. It's fine. The paint is water-based. It'll wash off. Give this man some nudes. I mean, I could, but, like, it's a water-based paint, and this is an old desk. Like, I intentionally use this desk as my second desk for the sole purpose that its primary function would be for stuff like art streams. Like, it's an old, like, particle board desk that I spent, like, $50 on, like, 10 years ago. This desk has seen some stuff. It's seen its day, and at the end of it, if it gets a little messy, whatever. Because, like, we have our fancy desk over there. That's, like, the desk that has all the money on it. AKA the rest of our setup. Like, this setup here is using, like, the cheapo, like, HP mouse and keyboard that you get, like, out of the box of a pre-built. Like, this monitor here is, like, one of the cheapest monitors, like, of life. Like, it's not... This monitor that I'm using right now doesn't have HDMI on it. Like, that's how cheap this monitor is. Show us mouse and meat vomit. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But, like, ultimately, the mouse and keyboard on this desk, I barely touch. Right? So, like, unless I need to, like, ban a bot or something. Like, that's the only reason I have this mouse and keyboard over here. Or, like, to copy and paste the playlist for you guys to use, if you wish. Right? Like, that's the only times I ever have to, like, touch that mouse and keyboard. That, and, like, I wanted something, like, basic so that I didn't have to worry about, like, hey, if I get paint on that shit, I really don't care. Like, it's the cheapest heck of life. Like, this mouse and keyboard is, like, combined are worth less than $5. So, like, it's fine. Paint all over the desk and they'll just see her paint? Yeah. Yeah, Mary. I'm gonna paint right on the desk, just for you. Like, not actually, though, because that's just a waste of paint. But, like, if I make a mess like this is, like, just where the edges were, like, I'm not gonna worry about it. These tiny parts are the finger piece of the arm. So, like, we did it in segments. The piece way up here is the hand, so, like, the back and palm area. This is the forearm. You have the upper arm as those 4 pieces off in the corner there. And then each of these pieces are each of the fingers. So what these little wings are off to the side are... So the segment in between is where, like, the knuckle joints are. So that when we attach everything, we can still more realistically move. Because the idea is to stream in this, which means controller or mouse and keyboard to some degree. So we need some mobility, at least a little. We needed something there. So the main premise there is, so these wings here actually curl around. So these pieces here. So eventually, like, when I assemble all of this, which will be off stream, is I'm gonna poke holes at, like, certain points and actually, like, use, like, a string or yarn. Yeah, no, like, I made all of this myself. Like, we did this back in August on the other 24-hour stream that we did back then. And we made all of this. Like, we have the original foam, all this stuff, right? So all of this took us, what, 6 hours on stream? Some of that. Which honestly wasn't too bad. Like, with all the chatting and me messing up parts and us, like, brainstorming some of it. Alright, I'm gonna make a huge mess. Yeah, so this is all foam. So it's sheets of foam that I, like, cut to shape. And, like, so this piece here is just, like, 2 different pieces of foam. So, like, this, like, the actual plate here, and why it looks raised is because it actually is. It's a separate layer of foam. And then this, so this piece here is actually where, so this end here is going to be the wrist, which is a more narrow, juncture point rather than your, like, the upper forearm, right? So that's why, like, we have, like, this weird angle, is because this part needs to be wider when it all attaches, right? And then we're gonna, like, so we're gonna have puncture points at a few points, and, like, use, like, string or yarn to, like, tie it together. So instead of, like, putting it on, like, a sleeve, in which case, like, you have to, like, make it as wide as the widest point, which is gonna be, like, your, like, bicep or, like, around the elbow, which is not ideal, right? Because if that was the case, we'd have to make it, like, the wrist piece, like, twice as wide, and it's gonna get super loose, right? So you won't be able to make it, like, form-fitted to the wrist, and it'll look kind of awkward with that. Like, it's fine to do it that way. It's definitely the easier way to do it, but, like, cosplaying is so complicated. I kinda, but, like, it's a fun experience with, like, brainstorming, like, the ways of that, especially if you make, like, half the stuff yourself, right? So, like, because, like, for Tater's cosplay redeem, I'm not going to be making that. Like, I don't have the means or some of the know-how to sew. So, like, we're not doing that. Oh, it's Waluigi. Okay, we're fine. Fine. Everything's fine. Welcome in May. I heard there was a secret way that David wine and it pleased fine, Mary. Wine, just redeem the 100,000 points to get rid of it. It goes like this: the wine, the minor wine, the major wine, the Pepper King composing Waluigi, 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 Waluigi. Oh, Mary. You're fine. Fine. I have 103k? Hey. Like, you have enough then. You can get rid of it. That is an option. Because there is the redeem for 100k. And then you get to choose what replaces it, too. So, like, you get to choose whatever... I mean, almost whatever sound. Because, like, I would still, like, have final, like, approval. But, like, I'll try to accommodate. Not spending it on that. I want to cosplay it? Yeah. Just wait until you have 150k then. Right? By then, I'll probably be caught up on the cosplay redeems, so that the cosplay button will also be back. I currently have that temporarily turned off until we finish at least one of these cosplay streams. Because there's this one, and then there's the Fiona one from Tater that I need to do yet. And Fiona, I just need to buy a couple of things. Like, I have everything else set up for that. That's just an Amazon shopping trip. Oh, we ripped a lot of paint. Oh boy. Well, that's fine. It's fine. See that? No, you're... It's fine. The desk just wanted polka dots. It's its Halloween costume. It's a Dalmatian. It's fine. In this case, a reverse Dalmatian. Black fur with silver spots. Right? That's how that works. Right? Something like that, right? Oh, this is definitely way more paint than I ever needed. I might have bought way too much paint. That's fine. We'll eventually use all of this paint. On something. If not this, another project. Put all the paint in a bucket and dip the piece in painting. I mean, I could just start finger painting too. That's another valid option. But like, at that point, like that's just like too much paint on the pieces, and like you get a weird thickness to it. Like where some parts will just like be congealed with paint, and like that's not a fun time. Kidding, please don't. Well, just for you now, Mary. We're gonna dump a piece of. Think. Yeah, we're finger painting. These are the finger pieces. Come on, Mary. What do you think I meant? That was a pun? I mean, kinda. Aha! I got one over on you, Mary. Take it. Take it. Not often that, like, I make a pun like that and people like miss it. Cause like I don't make them like incredibly often, mostly because all of you make more puns. Nice, Mary. Nice. Some of the things I say on stream, right? Like I was going over with a couple other friends, like some of the clips that get made of this channel, and it's like, there's no way, like people think it's a coincidence. Like there's no way this many coincidences happen in like your day-to-day life, Talos. Like there's no way that you're always in like the right place at the right time. There's no way you constantly find bugs in games. And now there's video evidence because it happens so freaking frequently. Like, it's not even funny. That it's another like at least partial reason of like for me to like record my gameplay or like stream in general is that I now have video proof of just the random just everything that happens. Because it happens a lot. And people never believe me when I say like I am always in the right place at the right time for just random everything. The kinky clips are the best clips. Well, I mean, there's also the horns are leverage clip from forever ago. I think that was Pokemon Snap that we were playing at the time. That was like what, 5 months ago? I think because Pokemon Snap came out in like May or June, right? Something like that. I want to say around that time. Want to paint this way because we want to keep it in line with but yeah, so like there's that one, there's the when we were playing Hoa, that was me saying the kicky robots, and then Jeff misheard that and thought I said kinky robots. You know, it happens. Some of the weird stuff that happens on stream. And let's be real. It's mostly because of you guys. At least usually. Wholesome Talos message for everyone. I'm trying to think back of what I've said so far. And, like, sure, there's been wholesome things, but, like, also... I don't trust you guys in chat half the time to, like, have a clip title like that, but, like, it be completely, like, not wholesome in any way. We're talking about your exam. Oh, okay. Okay, that was a wholesome moment. Okay, cool. It's not it's not a double meaning. Got it. You never know, right? You never know. Like it could be. Because like chat's full of people of varying degree. I do not trust you, no. I don't trust any of you. Let's be real. I trust all of you as much as you guys trust me not to be scared or startled by a random thing that happens. Angle, I thought I missed a bit. Can't blame you. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Trust any of you. Like, don't get me wrong. All of you are great. Like, you guys are fantastic. I don't trust you guys for a second, but you guys are fantastic. You are too? No, you, Mary. Chi with the no you battle. But thank you. Appreciate it. Fantastic. Insert Phantom sound clip that I totally don't have, but it's on her channel. So go check out Last Phantom. You know, Mary, why do you say Uno card when we have thank you, when we have the emote? Like, what? The emote exists. I put it on the channel for that very reason. Kind of forget. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Which reminds me, I still need to, I need to message Ruby. Because there's a couple other emote ideas, and since we have a lot more people that are unlocking the bit cheer emote slots, is we need more emotes. Because, like, no one is tier 2 or tier 3, so we have those slots, but, like, I don't really want to put emotes in those slots because, like, we don't have tier 2 or tier 3 subs. So it's kind of redundant. Because no one's going to use them but me. Since you want that. Oh my god. Of course. Of course you would, Mary. But we have the bit cheer slots. And we just had someone get the 25k. And we have a bunch of people with, like, the 5, 10, and 2500. So, like, there's 3 bit cheer emotes that I already have. That are set up. Chat's hurting your eyes? Yeah, that's what you get, Mary. That's what you get. Yeah, I mean, I understand that because I'm looking at chat now and it's very bright. Because there's a lot of Uno reverse going on there. But it'll pass in a second. I didn't ask for the Uno card. I asked you why are you using or saying Uno card in such a manner when we literally have the emote. We're being dramatic? When am I not being dramatic, Mary? That's the real question. When am I not? Honestly. Like, that is, like, what we do. Right? But we have fun with it. Fun with it. peaceful. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, that's part of the goal for, and actually why, like, I added, may have noticed, I added the cozy tag because all of you were saying that I to add that, like, cozy or comfy or one of those, because apparently all of you think I am the comfort streamer, and you guys keep telling me. Watch the new My Hero movie that came out. Yes, at some point. I don't know when, because I'm always like super behind on watching anything. But I did see that it came out, and I do want to watch it. I just don't know when. I'll figure that one out. Because like I have a bunch of plans over the next few days, where between streaming and like other plans, that I've already made the plans, so I'm gonna do that first. Busy this week, might watch it in November, yeah. Right, like there's so much, because like there's this stream today. There's the prep for tomorrow, for Halloween being a thing. Because we're gonna have a short Halloween stream, but then I also want to finish up this stuff, which means I need to stop at the craft store tomorrow morning, and then finish up this stuff, and then have the stream, and then have other plans in the evening. Halloween stream, yeah. Because like, and that's actually, I wasn't gonna stream tomorrow, but like now that we have all of this happening today, is that if we fit, because if I get all of this finished, that tomorrow's gonna be the cosplay stream too. But instead of the intended game I was gonna play with this cosplay, is we're gonna be doing spooky streaming. Because I owe you guys 4 hours of spooky game. But like Halloween means costume, right? So I'm like obliged to wear a costume on Halloween if I stream. So like kind of have to. So it's gonna be a shorter stream. It's gonna only be 4 hours as it stands right now. Because there's only 4 hours that I owe you guys for spooky streaming. Because that's based off of the merch purchase stuff for the month. For Spooktober. Hey, KB. Welcome in. Welcome to me finally getting around to stopping my procrastination on finishing the making of this cosplay in order to do your cosplay stream. Stuck in a Walmart checkout line, so no audio. Unfortunate that you're stuck in a Walmart line. I'm actually curious as to like how one gets stuck in a line at Walmart. Like how many people and like how slow does like the line have to be moving to be like officially like stuck in, right? Thank you, Mary. Thank you. It's very unfortunate. I'll be honest though, I haven't actually been inside of a Walmart in like at least a year. I don't remember the last time I was in a Walmart, which feels weird to think about because like you'd think like you'd go to Walmart more frequently because they have like most things, and like I live super close to a Walmart. Like I'm like, granted, I'm super close to everything because I live within walking distance of like so many different things, but like I haven't been inside a Walmart in ages. Mary with the translations, thank you. Or more accurately, Mary being the Talos stenographer. Because that's basically what's going on right now. You're insane. I'm always at Walmart. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Walmart definitely is like one of those places like you definitely go to more often because like they have just so much just things. But like, I don't actually go to. Mary. Oh my god. All right, well, Mary wrote it, so it must be true, right? Of course you are, Mary. Of course you are. I don't. I don't know. I don't know, KB. But he said that it's true. I mean, hey, anyone would be lucky enough to have beard babies with KB. Let's be real. You say otherwise, you're lying. I mean, can any of you? Can any of you? That's the better question. Gonna look back at the VOD. Yeah, 100%, 100%, KB. Look at the VOD. Check the VOD. Do it up. Hey, Zion's back. Welcome back. An ordeal. Wait, how much of an ordeal is setting up a laptop, like an old laptop? I was looking good. Talos working on this game smash. Ooh. Very nice. Being their Squid Game masks, and Squid Game cosplay / costume things. Fumo actually did a because she went to a party or thing last night, so she was posting in her Discord about her costume and that. Looks good. Like she actually just used like a regular like actual like face mask and like did the design on that. So like it's not a full mask, but like it's just the like lower like mask that you would like normally just wear out in this day and age. But like it's the like a full black like just like kind of meshing type of appearance with like the actual like square. I've watched one episode. I didn't really get too much into it. But another show that I did get into, and I do recommend, if especially for those that did enjoy Squid Games or have watched it, Alice in Borderland. So freaking good. Like, so freaking good. Heavily recommend. Because I watched that with May. And, like, both of us just, like, constantly were, like... So, like, next episode, right? We need to watch another because we need to keep going. Yeah, super, super good, Mary. Like, honestly, I'd say stop watching Squid Game now and, like, go watch Alice in Borderland. Like, that's how good it is. Have to get on that. Zion, seriously, watch Alice in Borderland first. Like, no regrets. Like, it is so good. Especially from what I've heard of, like, people who have watched Squid Games. Because, like, they say Squid Games is good, but, like, there's certain parts that are just, like, they could have done better. I mean, realistically, you can make that characteristic of any show or any media. But I'm going partly based off of what May said as well, because like May has seen both, and like we watched Alice in Borderland together. Is that like Alice in Borderland was just better? Yes, yes, that Mary, that I mean, with about that level of emote levels, yeah, that, that tracks. That tracks. Gotta go now. Take care. No worries, KB. Do what you gotta do. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be here for a bit, painting. So if you do come back, be here. If not, have a good one. See, yeah, there we go. There's May piping in. Alice in Borderlands is freaking amazing. I'll be honest, I'm very surprised that I haven't been spoiled on Squid Game. Granted, like I'll eventually watch it, maybe. But like I have other shows that I'm watching right now, and like it's not high up on my list to like finish watching. So yeah. Like you were on episode what, like episode 2 or 3. I'm like, you know what? It's been on my list. I'm gonna watch it because you're watching it at the same time, and then we can kind of have a chat about it. And then I watched the first episode. I'm like, fuck, I love it. And we watched like 4 episodes that first day. I think. I want to say. Out of what was 10 episodes total? Some of that, or no, it's 8 episodes, isn't it? It's 8 episodes. 2 and then waited, yeah, and then we watched 3 together, and then 4. Like I'm pretty sure we watched the first like four episodes, like all on the same day. Oh no, Tater, welcome in. How's it going? Canadian Jesus. That's my name. Well, one of them at least. One of the names. Yeah, with her depressed club. Hey, hey. If the shows are good, we watch them. And if they're bad, no, we still watch them, but like, you know. Especially if I wasn't Korean, but I'd say it's the best thing was here. Well, you haven't watched other series then. It's like there's other. I mean, granted, hey, if you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. Welcome in, Peanut. How's it going? Would I live in that apartment? Hell no. I would have taken one of the first ones that were like moderately more expensive, but still like honestly not that expensive. Internet dropped right after it sent Canadian Jesus. No! Tater! But like, yeah, no. 190,000 won is like 200 bucks Canadian. Versus the other apartments that he was looking at, which are like 500 to 600,000 won, which is $500 to $600. And like, honestly, like, sure, it's small, but like, those other apartments for that price aren't that bad. Like, honestly. Come on. Assert dominance on your toilet. Oh boy, Mary. Good luck? I suppose? If that's one of the first things that you say, no, I'm sorry. Goodbye. Gibbs is the braver one out of the three of us. Yes, 100%. I've done absolutely nothing except play Animal Crossing. I mean, sounds like literally anyone who has played Animal Crossing ever. Live in the nice apartment complex with those neighbors. Oh. I mean, probably not. Those neighbors are kind of... Like, the one dude who's leaving is fine. Like, I mean, he's kind of a dick, but, like, honestly, in comparison, not that bad. The rest of them, however... Like... No. Because, like, it'd be one thing if you never interact with your neighbors, but, like, when you have a small apartment like that, like, you're gonna see them because there's all the common, like, depending on, like, if there's common space. And that's usually the thing with, like, a lot of Asian homes or, like, apartments like that, is that you have common spaces because not a lot of it's in your own, like, suite, right? So, like, you'd still see those neighbors quite frequently, and I'm not about that. For at least those characters. Because... Yikes. It's a show that myself and May are watching. It's the next show on our list. Strangers from Hell, I think is the name of it. It's a Netflix series. But yeah, it's based in Korea, in Seoul, Korea. Hence the Asian apartment things, because that's the main setting of the show so far. The twins and the glasses man? No, not really. But yeah, to an extent, translate for you, Mary. Character is like looking at apartment shopping, and like he gets shown a few apartments that are like $500 to $600 per month. And he's like, okay, no, this is expensive. And then like finally finds a place that's like super out of the way. It's like in the middle of nowhere in comparison. But it's only like $200 a month. Like it's significantly cheaper. But like you later find out your neighbors are very strange, to say the least. The amenities are absolute, like, trash tier. Like, you have, like, mold growing on things. The walls are so thin, you hear everything. And the landlady's nice enough, but, like... cheap? Kinda? Oh, also all the stairs, yeah. Like you have to... There's no elevator, so you have to climb 3 flights. I think it's the 3rd floor that he lives on. 3 flights, but also like the huge road walkway up from the train station on top of that. Creepy as hell. Yeah. Creepy as hell, but like she's nice enough, like in comparison. But like all of your neighbors are also like... basically batshit crazy, kinda. Characters going apartment shopping. Sounds like potato farmer and full-time hamster trainer. Budget 4.2 million. I mean, yeah, as you do. Like 100% accurate. Because like yeah, full-time hamster trainer. So like that's a specialty thing. So if there's a career out there for hamster training, that means there's like rich people that have these hamsters that wish for the hamster to be trained, meaning that you can make bank and charge whatever you want because you're probably one of the few people that have that profession. So that's a supply and demand thing, where the hamster trainer person is making bank. The potato farmer, less so, but like maybe they live in a society where like they need a lot of potatoes, or like maybe that's the general overview is that they're a potato farmer, but like they have like a multi-billion potato empire, right? So you never know, right? Like that could happen. To catch hamsters is my test to train them as well. Kinda. There's a few Pokemon. Well, there's one specifically that quite literally is a hamster, and then there's others that are like close. So like you do train a hamster. It's actually it's one of the recent generations. No, yeah, it is Sword and Shield that the hamster is in, or Pecco. Yeah, that I thought. Yeah, Rattata, totally hamster. What else could it be? No, like, come on. Real talk. There's no other animal that Rattata could be except for a hamster. No. A rat? Come on. Rattata... How could you think that Rattata could ever be a rat? Come on. But no, like, there is a quite literally... Oh, it's hamster slash gerbil. From the most recent generation of Pokemon. The hamsters do exist. Kinda. Hamsters are dumb? Maybe, actually. But, you know, they're doing their best, Mary. They're doing their best. Alright. First coat on every piece. Almost 2 hours. So our prediction was almost right. Getting there. They're mean too. Well, maybe you should be nicer to them later, and maybe they'll be nicer to you. Maybe that's part of it, right? All right. The sleep. They're nocturnal animals. Lame pets? Then don't have them as pets. Bit you unprovoked? Yeah, but then cats do that too. And some dogs. They're playful. You call the cat or the dog that bites you unprovoked playful. But then, like, the hamster, you're like, nah, that guy's mean. Never, yeah, I mean, hey. Don't have them as pets. Simple as that. Bit and didn't let go. Well, I mean, maybe you tasted good. I don't know. Yeah, don't be mean to you. Yeah, see, Zion has the right thoughts. Just think that they're lame. I'm shedding hair all over the place. Alright. Real talk. Does this need a second coat? Maybe? How does it look on... Yeah, you can kind of see the streakiness now that it's dried. So, yeah, it might need a second coat. Yeah, you can see it around... Granted, this piece here, like, is going to be the underneath. But, like, it's starting to get, like, that metallic kind of finish to it. And Mary have this one in the back. Oh, boy. Yeah, definitely needs a second coat, I feel. Because, like, you have the streakiness to it. Great, thank you, Mary. So we're going to do a second coat, and then we'll start on the detail. Because by the time we paint this and, like, because this is dry too, by the looks of it, is we can get through the rotation again, do the second coat, and then we have the darker color for all the like rivets and stuff that you see on the that image there is the plan, because that's the reference one I'm using, mostly because it like shows like the full top frame of everything. Because that's the main detail. So we're gonna have that on the hand portion for like the rivets that are on like the top there, the finger detail for like where the knuckles are and stuff, and then I want to like provide extra detail, like other than just the rivets like and stuff like that to like for the attachment piece here, but like the inner portion here for like some of the shadow detail, just so it has a little bit more depth to it. Because like the foam isn't that thick. It only has 2 C's and not 5, like I intended, but dare I say is riveting. Thank you. I appreciate that you find this so riveting. Going all out for this, gonna make. I mean, no, Mary. If I'm gonna do something, I gotta do it right. Gotta do it right, which means we're doing it right, right? Hey, Mark, how's it going? Welcome on in. We're building cosplay costume things. Art stream. But also because art stream was for 500 followers, so we needed art things. So this is our continuation from a couple months ago, when we actually made and designed the pieces out of foam. Now we're painting it and doing all the detail work, because I've been procrastinating. And this way, if I do it on camera, on stream, I can't procrastinate. Hopefully. So. Been a while. Yeah. It happens, Mark. It happens. I mean, both between you streaming / job / the trip you took over to the better province, aka Ontario. Life happens. Yeah, hope things have been going well. Nether tree next week, yeah. Oh, I mean, Mary, I should preface this with, he barely made it into the province, because like he went to the first town over from the Manitoba Ontario border, basically. Ah, you're going up province now, northern Manitoba, I'm assuming is what you're referring to there. I mean, is it lame, Mary? Is it lame? I mean, it's not Ontario, sure, but like minimum wage so high. Wait, what's minimum wage in Manitoba? Like, your taxes are also different too. Like, our sales tax alone is 13% here. Like, I'm pretty sure your sales tax and like all your taxes are lower. Also, like, our living is more expensive. Like, we pay probably what, like double in like rent. Yeah, like well, yeah, Tater, the US is its own special snowflake. But like taxes are a completely different thing as well on top of that. Like, you probably take home most of that $7.25. Whereas like our like $14 minimum wage, you actually only take home like about $10 of that. Roughly. Like per hour because of taxes. Like after your EI, CPP and all that gets taken off, and like your like overall taxes in general, like that $14 is now like $10 per hour, roughly. And then your cost of living on top of that is higher, because like you look at like a home now, like if you were to buy a house, it's like we're reaching like an average like family home in my area right now is like 900,000. to buy. And, like, even rent. Like, you look at the building right now. Like, if you were a new tenant in my building right now, like, moving in to this 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square feet, it would be almost $2,500 a month. Right? Expansive. Expansive. So, like, it balances out to some degree. Oh, yeah, we had this conversation, the nugget conversation. In terms of prices. I definitely had this conversation on, like, multiple different streams. But yeah, the cost of things is so much different. Like, sure, like, the hourly and stuff like that, sure, is not great, but, like, I actually did a comparison with a friend from Texas one time for, like, just the cost of a house. And, like, he gave me, like, the specifications of what his house is. Like, in terms of floor plan, in terms of overall size, location. And I got as close as possible here in Southern Ontario to that house. So his was a little over $200,000 to buy. And that's, like, current, like, appraisal, like, 2020 appraisal price. And here, the price of that, basically the same house, or as close as I can get anyways, was triple that. It was $650,000. Right? So, like, even with exchange rate and stuff like that, like, I took that into consideration, and, like, okay, so there's a slight difference there, but, like, not that much of a difference. Yeah, do it up, Tater, seriously. Because, like, and then we actually did it, like, reverse on top of that. So I'm like, okay, so, alright, so $650,000. What can you get with that in Texas? So we did, like, a further search there. I was like, okay, so, like, triple the price in Texas, what can you get? Fucking, like, basically a mansion. Like, 6,000 square feet, like, super modernized, like, triple story, like, crazy mansion house. Like, what? Don't know Canadian cities, just know Toronto. I mean, Toronto is, like, the main thing, and, like, Toronto is at, like, 15 cities in a trench coat. Let's be honest, because you have the GTA, which is, like, amalgamation of a bunch of different cities. And even then, like, I technically don't live in the GTA, but, like, I'm close enough to be, like, GTA adjacent. That, like, if anyone were to ask, I'd be like, Toronto. Like, because that's just, it's more widely known. And, yeah, Grand Theft Auto, the GTA Greater Toronto Area joke that happens literally every time. Texas is super cheap. But, like, that's just the comparison I've done before. Did you say Toronto's different cities? I mean, what's considered Toronto is, like, when we say Toronto, we mean the GTA. So we mean all of those cities all at once, because, like, all of them are just Toronto in the colloquialism term of, like, what is Toronto. And it's, like, 15 different cities. Because, like, you have Burlington, you have Hamilton, you have Mississauga, you have Milton, you have Toronto. Right? So, like, you have so many different, like, cities that make that up. North York, Etobicoke, yeah, right? Like, there's 15 cities in a trench coat. It's an apt analogy. Come on, be real. Like, I wasn't gonna name them all, because we'd be here a while. I mean, we're already here a while, but, like... That, and I probably can't name them all. At least from memory. Those were just the first ones that came to mind. Live in Etobicoke, man, love that area. Yeah. Some of the areas in Ontario, like, super pretty. So freaking expensive these days, but, like, super pretty. Because, like, even the area I live in, like, is not, like, as crazy as, like, the Toronto area, but, like, we're getting there. Like, town's, like, population is, like, growing exponentially. So, like, we're becoming basically what Toronto is. But, like, that's, like, really anywhere in Southern Ontario that you talk about now. It's just, like, it's just all becoming one big city, basically. Because that's where, like, 90% of Ontario's population is Southern Ontario. Bought a house, it was too pricey. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, and Toronto's even worse than here. So, like I said, like, average house price here for, like, a standard family home is, like, 900K. That same home in most Toronto cities, or in that area, would be, like, 1.4, 1.5 mil. And that's for, like, a standard, like, 2,000 square foot or 1,500 square foot, like, family home. Every house in this up here looks nice. Yeah, well, they are. Like, it's because it's cheaper to make them look identical. Because you don't have to design a different layout. Like, you just mirror or flip it for, like, the one that's, like, attached, if you have attached homes. And that's all you do. And then you can just duplicate the wiring. It's, like, super easy and super cheap to make and to build and then sell for, like, triple, so that you make an absorbent amount of money. Same architect. Yeah. Like, you use one design, you mirror it in some cases so that orientation is flipped, so that you can actually save on wiring and plumbing, because then those two attached homes share one wall of wiring and plumbing. So it's even more cost effective there, right? Trying to compare a city with the same size as yours. Suburb of Oshawa? I mean, Oshawa is like your standardized. I'd say it's still like a decent size when it comes to what the suburbs is and stuff like that. Like, it's among your standard suburb type. But I'd say it's a good comparison. Kind of. I mean, anywhere in southern Ontario is suburb. So like anywhere that's south of Oshawa Barrie area. Anything that's not like up by Hudson Bay, basically. Like, you're good. Like, other than that. Because, like, you go up that way, then it's not suburbs anymore. But, like, even, like, pretty far north, like, you still have, like, the Bay Coast dying. I mean, eventually, yeah, it has to. It's going the ways of, like, Sears and all that did. Because they didn't transition to online. Or online as much, anyways. But, like, it'll probably, like, resurge at some point for, like, in some other way. Because it's been around forever. Like, in the sense that, like, it was the literally, like, Hudson Bay Trading Company from back, like, 100+ years ago. Oh, actually, a few hundred years ago. My mistake. Right, so, like, it's seen its time. And, like, it'll probably come back with something at some point. Yeah. Never afford Canada? Yeah. Well, to some degree, Tater, consider the exchange rate. So cut 25% off of whatever the Canadian house price is. Like 25,000 for every 100,000 off. Like that's just your exchange rate right off. But yes, other than that, because like those houses are probably what, 600, 700K, I'd imagine in Oshawa, at least. That's at least my estimate of what some of those houses are. And like that's an average size home. Amazon's blessed though, yeah. 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 Well, welcome to our shit show of overpriced housing and why the millennials and all them are getting blamed for not buying houses and renting instead. It's because we can't afford that shit. Yes, it depends on the area. Because I have... so my brother lives in London. And he has a... I want to say it's like 4,000 square feet. Like, mini mansion. And he paid like 500K for it. Like 500 or thereabouts for it. And it's like, that's not bad. Like, that's pretty great. You have affordable nuggets come to the US. I mean... I'm listening. Yeah, twice the price converted. Yeah, that's... But yeah, like 500K for like a mini mansion. And like it's sure, like if you don't drive, the location kind of is bad, but like northern London with like, and as long as you drive, you're fine. Like that's not bad. Like all things considered. Same size city with similar square footage, yeah. US is scary though, I mean... Depending on area. Depends on area. There's like certain areas, yes. Other areas, I mean, they're basically the same as Canada. It all depends on the area. Yeah, not everywhere. Like some areas, 100%. Like 100%. But like other areas are basically just Canada. By extension. Cross the border. Yeah, totally. That's your welcome initiation. Like you can't be in the country that is the US of A without at least getting shot once. That's how that works, isn't it? In the US for 3 or 4 times, enjoyed it, still afraid of guns. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like having a healthy fear, I guess, one thing. Like it keeps you alert. But like don't let it control you is the thing. Oh no, yeah. Don't look at New York. New York's one of the worst offenders for US. Like one of the worst. Like so expensive. For no reason. Or at least if you look at like New York City. Like you can look at other parts of the state and it's probably fine. I'm sure these guns didn't freak me out. Well, that's the thing is they're super easy. Like for those that like to like collect, even like it's super easy to to get a hold of. You just need to go through a couple licensing type things, but other than that, like, you can just go to the shop and be like, hey, I want this. And as long as you, like, fill out the proper paperwork and stuff like that, like, it's, like, you can have that, like, oh, you want it today? You want me to gift wrap it? Like, that's how easy it is in the States. People I know that don't have one, anyone breaks in, no order bills. Spoken like the true millennial. Let's go. It's like that one meme post that I've seen like many times over. Is like robber breaks in, looks around, and then like wakes you up in the middle of the night, and it's like, you live like this? And then like doesn't steal from you because they feel bad for you. But like instead like goes elsewhere, steals stuff, brings it to you to make your apartment nicer. Now, I'll be honest, like I have a nice place. I'm content where I'm at. Cause like this apartment's it's 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square feet. I'm like central to basically everything. Like I have like basically Main Street, like two blocks from me. And I say Main Street, it's not actually called Main Street. Like it's close enough. But like everything's here. Like I have like 5 different grocery stores that I can like go to within like a 5-minute walk. Little exaggeration on that one, but like you get what I mean. And it's just like, okay, so location is nice, amenities are nice, the price, I mean, I'm probably overpaying a little bit, but like I've lived here like 6 years, and honestly, if I were to ever move out and move to another place, I'd actually like be paying more money for less things. And it's like, all right, I'm living here. And ultimately, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm content with where I'm at with this apartment. Until, like, I find, like, an actual, like, affordable housing when it comes to actually, like, buying a home. Like, that's the next step, right? Eventually. But until then, like, this place is not bad. We have Simon. He hangs out. He creeps all of you out, but, like, you know, it's probably fine. Right? Like, sure, would it be nice to have, like, even more space for all this random junk I've collected over the years? Sure, probably. But, like, that's not that bad. The fingers, I don't think, need a second coat. Be good on those. Alright, so second coat on the upper arm pieces, and then we can start on some detail. Have you doing well for yourself, though? Yeah, thank you. And, like, I enjoy what I do. I have a nice space. Share it with you guys. Even though that you guys still bad talk Simon all the time. You know, he still loves you guys. About his more famous rent, so figured why not. True. Yeah, when it's like that, like it's that close, then yeah, like why not? But like, I pay like sub 2,000 in rent, and like which is split because I have one roommate right now. And when I first moved in, it was actually split 3 ways because we have 3 bedrooms. So there's 3 of us, right? Started to do a little art because a few, but now I'm done after doing this section. Nice. Hey, good on you. Good on you, man. Good on you. And now you're just hanging out, and we take that too. Love Simon would never bad talk him. Hey, Tater. Say that to half the people that are like creeped out that he's staring at you or what have you. Like looking in the broad sense of the term of like, if a roommate like comes to like mind at some point, then yeah, 100%. But like I'm not actively looking. Like I'm not going out of my way to be like, hey, will you move into this room? But like, if someone I know was like, hey, like, do you know of anywhere like that's renting right now? And I'm like, yes, actually. Like those types of moments, like 100%. And Mary, be proud. I'm using the paper towel so I don't paint more on the desk. Just for you. Yeah. Less painful. Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. Because yeah, like it was a decent opportunity. Because there's a friend of mine that I was messaging back and forth. Like this was back, I want to say February area. That he's like, hey, like kind of a checking in, like catching back up type of thing. But then we got into talking with some of the life things, and he's like, maybe looking at because he was actually a previous roommate of mine who moved out like a year and a half ago. And he's like, hey, like, have you filled that room yet? And I'm like, no, I haven't. Okay, good. Well, but maybe I might move back in. Never ended up moving back in because things like went a different direction. But like to have that option to be there for a friend was kind of neat. It felt good, right? Like as a just in case. But like at the end of the day, if I were to still find someone, like I'm not gonna hold it for like forever or like the what ifs, right? So like if someone were to say like in 2 hours from now, like be looking for a room, I'm like, yeah, no, yeah, and like I trust them as a person, as a roommate. Like it is theirs. Here you go. Here's the key. Because like honestly, it saves me money as well. Because like it splits the rent further. Oh, did Spotify bug? It did. Because there's an ad, but not ad. All right, we're gonna let it figure itself out for a second, and hopefully the ad that's not playing figures itself out. Maybe? Cool. Never mind. I should really just like upgrade my account. Let's be real. But you know, it's fine. Why spend money when you can get for free? With ads that crash the system every so often. But you know, it's probably fine. Hey, Nay, if you're seriously asking, seriously, I have a room. It's like $600 a month. Yeah, why are you paying for Spotify when you can buy 40 chicken nuggets? Yeah, exactly. But like, it's not actually 40 chicken nuggets up here, but like 40 chicken nuggets in the States. But like, no, seriously, like, it's like $600. That's like all in, and then whatever your personal expenses are. That includes your internet, by the way. Internet, utilities, rent, everything. I lied. It's like 610, but like, honestly, it's not bad. Like, 5 p.m. I've done no work. I think it's time for me to go work. No worries, Mary. No worries. Do what you gotta do. Let's use Talus PC to stream. Got it? Yeah. No, May, seriously. I would 100% allow you to use my PC to stream if you wanted to. If that was the case. Until, like, you had your own PC. Because, honestly, Like, it wouldn't be a permanent solution. Like, I'd be down. I want Maystream. I am willing to part with my PC for the time that that takes to make that happen. Simon is so big. That's what she's. Of course, Mary. Gives me anxiety just looking at it. Yeah, I hate group projects for the sole purpose of like, you always have those group members that never want to do anything. Like they want you to do all the work for them. Like, come on, dude. Really? Like you're paying for this. Like, put forth an effort. But yeah, hope it goes well. Like take it in like chunks there, Mary. I find that's what usually helps with big assignments, is that like you break it up into more manageable pieces rather than like always looking at it as a whole. Members legit drop the course, so we're man down. Oh. Well, at least you know, silver lining. At least you know that they're not going to be doing anything for sure because they're not there. Like, and not have like those like group members that you try to contact and like they're like you like split up the work like with them being there in mind, and then they just don't do that work, and then you're like rushing last minute because they don't have their sections done and you have to do them as well. At least you preemptively know you have to do that extra work. It's still not great, but like silver linings. You gotta think of the bright side. That's at least my mentality on those types of situations. Because honestly, if you're gonna worry about stuff, might as well worry about stuff that you can actually do something about. As much as worrying about the stuff that you can't will happen, and I do very frequently as well. Like, don't get me wrong, I am bad with anxiety things, like very bad. But like to some degree, I feel it helps. Hey, Marcus. How's it going? This is for a cosplay. This is for a cosplay thing. So the goal, is to finish up the painting stuff today, stop at the craft store tomorrow morning, pick up the last couple things to finish this up, and actually have this for tomorrow's stream. That might happen. That's the plan anyways, but who knows if that's actually gonna happen. So. Very never complete cabbage? Wait. Oh, in Discord. Maybe? Nice. I love it. Because, like, you have the leaves kind of peeling away. I want to see that finish, May. I would love to see that finish eventually, one of these days. Had past feelings idea when else. Yes. Get your cabbages here. Anytime the word cabbage comes up, I always think of The Last Airbender. And like cabbage guy. Because that reference is so iconic. And like, I love it. One day when you're not lazy, hey, well, I'll take it. I'll take it, mate. Crafty Talus, yes, Fox. You guys earned it. You earned art stream. We're doing art things. Because there's a whole lot of you that came to play. And that was the 500 follower thing, so. Well, welcome on in. How's it going, Fox? Oh, no, yeah, this is 100% Full Metal. I thought this would be a dead giveaway. Because this is for a cosplay redeem that KB did a while back. That we haven't gotten around to yet. We gotta finish making it and then do the actual stream in cosplay. So, just got the references slow. Oh, you're good. You're good, Marcus. Honestly, like, it takes most people a second. So, I mean, this time I have it in the title. Last time when we were making it making it originally, I didn't have it in the title. This time I put it in the title so people know. But like, still. Oh no, this is from scratch, like 100% from scratch. So Fox, we started this back in August, the end of August when we did that 24-hour stream back then. And this, like, because I have all the foam that I use for it. We have that sheet foam stuff. So we did all like hand cut stuff and things like that. Based on a few reference images. And now we're painting it as metallic paints. So we're doing the base coats right now. This is actually the second coat for most of these pieces, and then we're going to use the darker stuff to do like all the rivet details and stuff like that, and it, like add in the shadows when it comes to like the grading on the forearm and stuff like that. It's the plan, anyways. And then the goal is to, like I said, have this done for tomorrow's stream. Like, the painting for sure will be done today. Like, we're streaming until we get the painting stuff done. It's just a matter of, or not, if the weather is good enough for me to, like, go down to the craft store and, like, pick up the, like, string or yarn and finish up the last bits. Because the weather right now is kind of not great. Like, it's very rainy out right now, and it's very windy, so, like, the use of umbrella is, like, impossible. So, like, walking down to the craft store... Like, the craft store is not far. Like, it's down the street. And around the corner. Like, it's a few blocks away. But, like, it's not too bad. It's just making that trip in the rain and wind, not ideal. And if I can help it, I won't do that. Wait, Mary! Hold on, what? What's going on? Why are we excited? Why are we screaming? Well, the link for the playlist? Yes, of course. I should still have it copied. I do, haha. That's the one we're currently using. But I do have another playlist if you ever wish. But yeah, that's the one we're currently on. Gonna work to this? Aw. Nice, Mary, nice. Take those. Samesies doing work to this music. So we can be matchy? Hey, I'll take it. Our stream is just perfect chill vibe? Hey. That's the goal. That's what I aim to do. So the fact that we've achieved that, Taylor, I appreciate it. Nice and not redeem jump scares because I don't want to mess you up. I mean, honestly, right now, it's not too bad. Because we're just doing a second coat of this, the silvery, or actually, this is called, what's the name of this one? Samurai Sword is this color of gray. Never mind. Wait. Because this one is also called Samurai Sword. Never mind. That's like a brand of some kind then? What's the color? I want to know exactly what color. E-Time, of course, Tate. Jump scares be risky, yeah. I mean, once we get into the detail, sure. Right now, it's not too bad. actually curious. What? Like, it's gotta say somewhere what color this is, right? Like, it's just metallic armor. Check the Discords when you have... Oh, wow. Thank you. I mean, I also have Game Pass already, but thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, definitely. Definitely. So by all means, use that code on yourself or something, or like another person if you want to. Because like, I have, yeah, I have Ultimate. I pay for Ultimate because I actually use a bunch of the games that are on Game Pass. It's actually how I have games for tomorrow. That's for the spooky streaming stuff. It's from Game Pass. So. But yeah, seriously, like I will hold off on that if you do wish to use that code for something else there's on or for someone else. I appreciate the sentiment. Like it's very nice. I appreciate it. But also I have an active sub, so I'm not sure how that really correlates with how Game Pass works. Give it to chat? Hey, if you want to give it to chat, by all means, go for it. If someone wishes to have that, wish to give it, I say go for it. There we go, chat. 2 months. First come, first serve. 2 months of Xbox Game Pass, which also includes PC. So it's not limited. If you don't have an Xbox and do PC gaming, you can still have the Game Pass Windows client and use that code. PS4 for it. Unfortunate, Tater. Unfortunate. It is not PlayStation Now worthy. But yeah, so it works for Windows PC or for Xbox. 2 months, bunch of games, download them, play them, do it up. One day you'll get a computer. Yeah, Tater, that will be the day. That will be an amazing day. But until then, I mean, PS4 has some nice titles, some really nice titles. Not all bad. Yeah, Knockout's on there. The entire Halo series is on there. The Gears of War, that entire series is on there. Honestly, the Ori games. You guys have watched me play Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Those games on Game Pass. Both of them. Get them free. Ori's beautiful. Ori's freaking fantastic. Beautiful soundtrack, beautiful art. Outstanding gameplay because it's a Metroidvania game, and we out here living for those. Probably should have. Yeah. I mean, hey. It's the thought that counts, Aaron. It's the thought that counts. But yeah, I have like all the online stuff, and then because I play PC as my primary, I have Game Pass because Game Pass works on two of the things that I play on. So to have games on both, and then yeah, like I have Plus and the Nintendo Online. Granted, Nintendo Online doesn't give you anything other than online, but Plus gives you the monthly games. Game Pass, well, gives you the library, but then I have Ultimate because I also want its Gold Plus pass, right? So. Laptop goop is almost here when it arrives. Be you and I fix the poor thing. No worries, no worries. Your PC deserves it. Deserves to be taken care of. So completely understandable. Because like when I saw I've like actually like my skin visibly crawled. Like I like recoiled when I first saw that image that you the first one that you posted of like pre-cleaned board, and it was like it hurt to look at. Like it was super pain. Yeah. Because like I've worked electronic retail for 6 years, assisting with some of the tech and repair stuff, and then also like IT for a year. So like I've seen my fair share, and that's like not including the actual like engineering schooling and robotic stuff that I've done on top of that. So like, yeah. That's that board was definitely up there for cringe level of like pain. MSI's cheaped out and didn't use the thermal pads. I mean, that's like what 90% of pre-built things nowadays, though, is that they cheap out. Honestly, deal with the thermal stuff, yeah. But like, it's unfortunate. But like, pre-builts are so like cheaply made nowadays when it comes to stuff like that. Like they put in like the bare minimum for parts, for board, ports, and power supply. But like, thermals are another, and like cooling, they put in like bare minimum as well. Which is why, because they're built to break. So, because 90% of users won't know that it's like, my computer's not working properly. It's because your thermal paste has like evaporated after 3 years of use, and like instead of like just knowing that and like you can fix it, is that they just buy a whole new PC. Right, and that's part of the design from the manufacturer side of things, at least. Kind of depressing, yeah. Paired and built many PC all the time. I've never seen. Yeah, I've seen it like those levels. I've seen a few times. Like not for stuff that I've personally built, but I've seen stuff that like have those levels. Help fixing your laptop, just too lazy. Well, it also depends on what's wrong with your laptop. That's a whole nother thing. Because sometimes it is just age, because software versus hardware efficiency. But like, yeah, depending on how old your laptop is versus what's going on with it. Roaches. Okay, I haven't gotten to the level of like seeing roaches. Like, I've gotten to levels of, like, cobwebs and, like, actual spiders. But, like, cockroaches, not. I haven't reached that level. Only the numbers 5 and 6 work. Tried recently. That might be... It's either, like, the actual keyboard itself, the butterfly keys are starting to go, but, like, that would be the multiple keys. Or it's the actual... Because underneath, how laptop keyboards work is that you have a couple pieces of plastic that are underneath the cap that will press down and, like, complete a circuit when you press the key. What's probably happening is either that plastic bit on the individual keys that aren't working is the problem, or the more likely case, because it's multiple keys that are not working, is that the actual layer underneath is having an issue. In which case, it can be fixed. You'll have to go to someone that like knows, because they'll have to like full on take it apart and like replace that entire part, or like multiple pieces depending on what's wrong with it. And depending on how much they charge you, because they'll probably want to charge you a couple $100, is it might be just worth it to buy a new laptop or PC, depending on how old the laptop you have is now. Dell from 2 years ago, yeah. So it's not like MacBook levels of weird keyboard things, because they had their own special snowflake design. But yeah, like your standardized Windows PC will still have like basic butterfly keys. Not sure if I can really show you on this keyboard, because this keyboard has a similar keyboard layout. Like you have this type of layout, because like each individual key, like you have the key cap. Not sure if I can actually get the keys out. We're gonna try, because we're gonna let some paint dry. Most keyboard controllers on laptops don't have a separate pin for every key. Yeah, so it's probably like a line that's gone underneath. So like, because you'll have like under each row of keys, it all goes back to a centralized controller. But like, you have different like layouts as well. So in some cases, especially for laptops, I believe it works in like weird trapezoids. So like you have groupings of keys. So you have like, let's say 7 through equals and U through your brackets. Like all of those keys are like one group, and then the other group that's here, so like 5 and 6, RTY, and then FG. Like that's another group. It's sometimes weird. But we're gonna try to pop the key off it, because these probably don't like come off very well, similar to that of mechanical keys. But we're gonna try to show it off, because I don't mind what happens to this. Because it'll be a similar design. Oh, plastic key caps actually go down in ways. Might be a problem. 8-bit binary, yeah. So you have 8 keys on in a single group. And then each indicator in the stream of bits. Well then, oh, of course it's attached to the keycap. All right, this keyboard is designed badly because it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Oh, this one's not even butterfly. So this is very similar to what you'd see on like mechanical as well. So took the keycap off there. So normally what you'd see underneath is basically where you see like this metal bit here. Like normally you'd have like a couple pieces similar to this underneath. That would like when the key presses down, it'll like complete a circuit, because that piece will then touch like another pad. Yeah. I mean, this wasn't actually that bad, like, design this one, because it's this hinge was attached to the key, and then you have like your standard, because like this piece here, so this type of keyboard, it's this piece right here, like this little nubbin here, that when pressed down is you have the pad inside this raised bit of the little nub. When it gets pressed down, it completes a circuit because you have two pads that are then like, hey, I can now go across. It's the same sort of concept for laptop keyboards that you have as part of that as well, where you have basically what it is that you have signal coming in from this side. You have that piece there, and then another wire on this side that's waiting for any sort of information. So you send signal, and it's like, okay, so I gotta wait here. It's basically like a red light and then you have like the key, and then when the key presses, it presses down to this spot, which now like creates that connection from the in and the outside that you'll have as part of that. And then it's like, okay, so the outside that's been waiting for information now has the information that the inside has been sending. It's like, oh, okay, I know what that means. Let's go do that then. Right, so hardware, yeah, hardware stuff is pretty dope. It's literally just, it's circuitry. That's all it is. And that's how this works. Because ultimately, keys like this, all the hardware information, at least on the hardware level, is like, is this key pressed? Yes or no. That's all it's checking. And the only thing that it's checking for is, do I get voltage? Do I get current? And that's how it knows if that button's been pressed or not. Is, am I getting electricity? Yes or no. That's all it's checking. And then it's the computer that has to figure out, okay, what information, where is this coming from? What information do I need to do if this is pressed? Because you have, let's say, because this here is the enter key. Let's just use this. So you have the enter key. So if this gets pressed down, the keyboard's like, okay, key at port 52 is showing yes. It sends that information to the computer. The computer then figures all that stuff out. Like, it's like, okay, so it has to check, okay, what's key number 52? Okay, it's this, it's the enter key. Okay, what does that mean? What do I have to do because of that? So it goes to its book on the shelf. I'm like, okay, enter key, enter key. Oh, it means this. It means send information, or it means next line, or because it has to check. Okay, what am I actively doing? So it goes to that. Okay, actively doing. Oh, I'm in a Twitch chat. Okay, so I'm actively in a Twitch chat. Port number 52, which was the enter key, was this. Right? So now it knows to send the message. So, like, it seems overly complex when you think about it, but like, or like think of the task. Like, it doesn't seem overly complicated, but there's a lot of behind the scenes that goes into that, right? That we take advantage of in like this day and age of computers, because all of that happens in like a couple of milliseconds. So like even the clock processes when it comes to that, at least on the hardware level, I'd say like happens in like 1/100th of a second, right? Like, and it does all of that because it has to check a library, or actually it checks current task, checks a library on what the key is, and then from the hardware level it has to check for, because it's running a constant check on every key. So you're doing bit checks for every key, depending on the type of keyboard at least. You're doing bit checks for every key, or every bit, as to yes or no information. So each bit check there takes a microsecond, or millisecond? Microsecond. At least on a hardware assembly basis, depending on what process it's using. and then from there it has all the information. So it takes like a millisecond to like check the entire keyboard, is a key pressed, and then if it has any of that information, sends it to the PC, which then processes all that information. Because there's not enough of a brain in the keyboard itself to know more than just like, okay, yes or no information on this one here, or this one over here, or these 3 keys are being pressed, right? It doesn't have enough information for all of that. Which is why the computer itself, who has a bigger brain, very, very meaty brain, very wrinkly brain, will figure all that out for us instead. Right? Makes your brain hurt. So many components. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because, like, I learned a lot of this process back in high school. Mostly when doing robotics. So we actually, made little line-following robots was the first one. So you had this little... Basically think of, like, a little square of wood with a circuit board on it and wheels. In terms of the most basic sense of what a robot is. And that's all it was. And, like, it would look... because it would have sensors in the bottom that would like check for a black tape line, and like you had to program it to like read that information, because that sensor is like, okay, so do I see a reflection or do I not see a reflection, whether it's black tape or something else. And then like you would have to program it to like follow that and like drive and like correct itself left and right based on if it sees reflection or not. And that's like the first intro to some of the coding, because we programmed it all in assembly code, which is like the most basic level of like machine coding, to be like this is the information that the literal machine itself is talking, and like the whole ones and zeros of binary. Game keywords usually have a polling rate of 1,000, which means every 1,000th of a second the computer is asking the button is pressed when you press a key. Yes. This is the key, and then the computer confirms. Yeah. So the keyboard says yes. Yes, it's pressed. Okay, then it sends the information of like what port it's on, or whatever serial bit, whatever naming sequence it has of like what key is this. It sends that information in whatever numeric code. Asking the keyboard if there's any input, so it's working constantly. Yeah. I mean, it's wasted a time, but like you also look at like, and this is why there's a whole bunch of like different states that had new laws about it for monitors and PCs. The monitors are especially old monitors. So like the monitor I have right now, right here, is probably a bad offender for it. Is that when it's off, when it's turned off but still plugged in, like there's literally like it could be unplugged from everything except for just the wall outlet. So it's receiving no input. It's turned, like the screen is turned off, and it can still be drawing like many watts of energy, like consistently, because it's always checking itself. Of it needs to check if there's button presses. It needs to check if there's an input plugged into it. So it's constantly doing stuff, and it's just like, what? Why? Why are you using more power while off than... Like, it's probably using the same amount of power right now, like, doing all of this, because there's, like, 5 different things on my screen, like, I'm reading chat, versus when it's just off, not doing anything. Right? And, like, it's just, it's kind of sad to think about. But, like, at the end of the day, I don't pay for hydro, so I'm not financially hurt by it. Also, I take the proper steps, and when I'm not using stuff, it's literally just, I have, like, power bars that I turn off So I have a separate power bar that's under here that turns off like this desk, so to speak. So that like I'm not wasting this station when I'm not using it. It's just constantly being told no, and when it hears yes, it's so eager to get to work for you. Okay, yeah, that's when you put it that way, Zion, it's actually, yeah, it's kind of a sad moment of just like, oh, poor PC. Probably want to use it. Right? So it's just like I feel for you, PC, but like at the same time, stop using so much brain power when I don't need to use the power. Right? I need to bring it. I have it on the OBS, but that's mostly for you guys. I have a separate image file. I can see it. Well, we'll have this piece here. So we have the rivets in each of the corners here. The shadow area. That's really about it for the forearm. Because there's not a whole lot of detail otherwise. The forearm's gonna be pretty basic. It's the hand that's gonna be right over here. Because you have the two rivets up by here, and then I want to do the forefinger, like the first knuckle on the hand portion. Because that's kind of like where the hand portion sits. And then you have the bigger bolt that's here. And like just the general shaping. So that's going to be like the most detail. And then the fingers, like the knuckle design stuff, which we'll do a little bit on. Other than that, there's not actually a whole lot of detail on this. Not too bad. USB specs sounds so polite. It's like, hello, who are you? Okay, I am this. Then how I work best? How do you work best? Yeah. Are you giving me information? Yes? Okay. Alright, I will graciously accept this from you. I will tell the superiors that this is the information that you brought forward, and we'll make sure the job gets done. Thank you very kindly. And then it also is like, okay, and then like sends it down the line, and then it stays with you, and like just still make sure that the device is still okay. And it's like, hey, do you have anything else for me? Like I'm here for you. I'm here for you. And like, just like think of it that way, and it's just like so sweet. Like the port is always there for the device, even when there's no device there to plug into it. It's always there waiting. It's, well, unless you turn off the port. I've had happen before, but you know, that's its own thing. Right, like it's always waiting. It's always there. It's always that shoulder to lean on. Right? Okay, opening that bottle, just like the paint fumes from opening that. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh boy. It's probably fine. It says it's non-toxic, right? It's fine though. Everyone, don't worry. I do have the window that's literally right beside the open. I am not breathing in any sort of bad juju. Yeah, this turned out really well so far. Like, you see like the streakiness to it, but like that kind of fits with like metallic like sheen, right? Where like the grain of the metal. I don't need emergency services. Also, I'm not in the correct country for that, Tater, but thank you. Appreciate it. Also, it's that... No, that's the number for everything. Isn't it? Like, it's not just fire? Looking very good. Thank you, yeah. I'm really liking the progress. Like, this has been actually only 3 hours so far. That's actually not that bad. Like, I thought it would take a lot longer than this for the painting. Like, this portion is going to take longer because we're going to spend a bunch on, like, the shadowing and, like, double checking and, like, probably a couple coats on some of the detailed stuff. But, like, ultimately, like, not too bad. Sorry, it was a scroll moment, but take a closer look. Eh. Is the number wrong somewhere there? I don't have it memorized. That's the thing, Tater. I just recognize, like, most of it. Oh, we were talking about emergency service and got sidetracked. Yeah, okay. Good, you're good. You're good. I mean, we have plenty of time to chat about literally anything, so... No. We're here for it. Tater Translator, yeah. I mean, that's one of my many titles. We'll take it. Actually, what type of bolts does she... Okay. I want to make sure I do the correct, like... If it's like a Phillips head or Robertson or whatever. I want to be as close as possible. Because, like, overall, like, the pieces themselves, we took some liberties of, like, not doing as much detail on, like, these pieces, but for the rivets and stuff like that, like, the easy part of detail of that, we're gonna do what we can, right? And, like, I know from most the common sense perspective, but also the using of tools myself at one point in my life, is when you have bolts and or fasteners of any kind, always use the same type of connector as much as possible so you don't have to change tools. So in the reference image there, you can't see what these rivets are, what these bolts are. But, like, on the hand itself, they're flathead. We're gonna do that for every single one on, like, all the pieces. Because we know, Winry being the brilliant, masterful of everything that she is, she would definitely make sure to design her work in such a way that she doesn't have to constantly change tools. That's the smart thing to do. Is to use the same type of bolt head on everything. Need one tool for them, all of them. Different bolt types for the entire car? Why would they do that? That's so redundant. I did not hear that, but, like, that's so dumb. Like, I get it for when it comes to, like, the type of fastening, sure. But, like, the actual, like, head itself, and like the tool that's required to like change it out. Like, why would you like overcomplicate something that you don't need to? Like, I understand if like it's like a 90-degree versus like a 60-degree type of fastening. Sure, whatever. That's an engineering design thing. Sure, but like, do I need a flathead or do I need a Phillips screw head? Like, what type of tool do I need to like fasten this? Right? Miscommunication between Jaguar and Tesla because Jag makes the Model S chassis. It pains me. It pains me to see engineers not have like a standardized design. Like, I understand to some extent, like being like multiple different companies, but like you'd think you'd have the forethought of like planning that type of stuff out, where it's like, hey, we're gonna use this type of bolt pattern. We want to make sure that's consistent so that we don't have to do 500 different steps for no good reason. Because like ultimately that's what it is. They like, because it's one thing because if they make like if Jaguar themselves have their own plant for the chassis and then like Tesla has their own plant for like the other parts, that's one thing because like it's two separate physical facilities that put things together. So like those facilities themselves might never run into the issue of needing to have that type of fastener on hand. But like any repair facility is a whole nother story of like, really? Like, why? Like, come on. Like, really? Do better. Please. Gonna do some dishes? No worries, Tater. No worries. Best of luck with the dishes. We'll probably still be here by the time you get back. Let's be real. Got a decent amount of painting left to do still. We're still here for at least another hour, probably. I gotta say, this paint's not as dark as I thought it would be. Like, based on the bottle. But, like, it's still doing what I want it to. Offsetting and like contrasting between the standard like silver color that we have. Kind of showing, yeah, it's showing up really well on stream. So hooray, it's doing what I want it to. Because yeah, it's showing like the difference between like each of the levels. And by the look, actually the looks of stream, like I'm probably gonna put like maybe a lining off to the side, just so that it has better contrast and kind of shadow between like the upper level and the actual forearm piece. I feel that might look good for, at least for camera. Because, like, that's the main thing I want it to, like, I want to make sure it looks good for camera versus anything else first. And so far, I'm liking how it's looking on camera. I am content with this so far. Very pleased. Pretty dope for sure. Thank you. I was worried that the between the two colors, like it wouldn't show up much on stream, especially like looking at this in front of me right now, and because like this gray doesn't actually look that dark, person, like for what I'm looking at in front of me, but like from like a lighting perspective on camera there, like there's a very big contrast versus what I'm seeing is that these are like similar shades of gray. Like, sure, there is a difference, and, like, this is darker, but, like, it definitely does not look that much darker, at least from what is showing up on screen. Because, like, the base coat of, like, this other color here is, like, think a dark silver. Like a dark, like salt and pepper gray. Versus this here, which is more of a light gunmetal. Just to give you guys kind of like what like I'm looking at. So like it doesn't seem like there should be like an insane amounts of contrast, but like the camera's like, nope, yeah, no contrast. Here you go. Like, take it though. And this is the reason I got the other like the other color. So, because I knew like on screen, like once I had the painted and stuff like that for, especially for the forearm, is like this would like show up, sure, but like, so like you're looking at like even just like this groove here, like it shows up if you look closely, but like at initial glance you don't really notice like this groove here, but like these grooves here, like these two that we've painted already, you notice immediately, and that's like what I was going for. I want you to like be able to like glance and be like know exactly what it looks like, what it is, what the appearance is going for, rather than have to like spend 5 years looking at it and be like, oh, okay, like those types of moments. So it's doing what we want it to. That's what matters. Not gonna lie, watching this paintbrush right now, like go up and down like this channel, is giving me Toy Story vibes right now. When Woody gets taken to like this, I think it's the second film, or was it the first? Like when like his boot gets painted over, and like they paint over the Andy name. Yeah. Like, it's giving that type of vibes right now, and, like, I'm here for it. And you're welcome, for all of you, for giving you that blast from the past. That's, like, half of what I'm here for. Weird references to things that like come up because my knowledge is very random, but you take it because I know many things about many things sometimes. But like that's what makes it fun. You never know what you're gonna get. The vast knowledge that can only be given out to at random. Feel that? Yeah. That's like my life story right there. And like even I don't know like all the things I know, right? Like it's just like some of the things just like come up and be like someone says something randomly in a conversation and it's like, wait, I have a thing for that. Like we're talking about the one time in a random Ether chat about Canada and maple syrup, and then like I had like a full on rant with people and like explaining what the like maple syrup festivals, some of them that we have up here in certain areas, and like the great maple syrup heist back in like 2012 that happened. Right, so like just random things like that. It's just like, why do I know this? I don't know, but like I know it. It's information I have. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like this outline. That's doing what I want it to. Okay, cool. Right, and like that information really only came to me because we started talking about maple syrup, and like not like the Aunt Jemima stuff, but like actual maple syrup, and like the differences. But like I'm down for like random things. Not gonna lie, half of my weird random facts came from watching British television, and by that I mean the show QI, uh, or I should call it by its full title because QI is just the acronym. Is quite interesting. Which was originally hosted by Stephen Fry. So good though. For anyone that like likes weird random facts, but also like one of those like interesting like comedy game show type kind of vibes, because that's like kind of what it is. Um, like I definitely recommend. Give that a look. Do it up. Do it up. Circus Riot of 1855? I have not. I mean, maybe I have. I just don't recall it. Firefighters and circus clowns got into a massive brawl that led to a fire because the firefighters were fighting. They didn't put out the fire. Why were the clowns fighting the firefighters, though? That's what I want to know. Like, what led to that? Like, we're here for the fire, and the clowns are like, no, you're not. Put them up. We gonna do battle. Like, I get that clowns are mischievous by nature. Like, that's, like, their thing. But, like... Dude, come on. Like, you're actual humans. Like, you're people in makeup. Like, let them do their job. Pissed off a firefighter in the brothel, and a fire started, which ended in the firefighters burning down. Oh, wait, the firefighters caused the fire. Oh. Okay, that's a whole nother story. Yeah, okay, alright. I thought it was like circus things were happening, fire starts, then firefighters show up, then brawl comes out. Not the brawl caused the fire. Okay, that explains a lot more things. Because alcohol would definitely be involved, because they were also in the brothel. So, like... Alright, so that makes a lot more sense. Like, this is kind of a little weird because of where the glue is. Because, like, the glue kind of spilled a bit, but... Big events that made the government stop privatizing firefighting? I mean... makes sense, makes sense. So sick, thank you. Yeah, because I know I was definitely going to do, like, the inner parts here. And, like the screw bolt detail. But, like, just looking at it on camera and, like, the contrast between, like, these bits, like, I felt, yeah, like, the outline definitely needs to happen. And, like, it looks so good on camera. Like, it definitely does not look as good in person as what it does on camera. But, like, the camera just, like... Chef's kiss, like, so good. Alright, do the hand next. Probably like the... I mean, all of this is kind of dry. Not too worried about it, but... Hand is kind of the next detail. Which... Alright, we need to plan this out. So... Don't need really anything on the palm in terms of detail. Granted, I should probably find another reference image for what the palm... Because, like, I'm sure there's... like, actual, like, you know, in the arm. But, like... Why are you showing me the back of the hand? I want to see the palm. Oh, there we go. Hey, Fred Chicky, welcome on in. How's it going? We are doing art, painting things, as you can plainly see. Because I've been procrastinating this project for multiple months. But we're getting there. We put through the couple of coats of the lighter gray so far. We just finished up the forearm bit here with the darker. bottom right looks so sick. I mean, that's one of that's the main reference image we're working off of right now. In terms of some of the detail. So we if you don't recognize it, it's the metal arm for Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. So that's what we're doing because we have a cosplay stream redeem to do. So we're making the arm. So we started this back in August. On one of our streams, we actually made and like cut out all the because this is all like foam sheets. Oh, why do you open over there? I'm not at that monitor. So yeah, just a bunch of like foam sheets. And you know, things. Anyways, cut it all out, glued some pieces together, and in order to like to attach everything together, which I'll do as an off-stream thing, is to like get like yarn or string or something and like have like actual like tie spots for everything to kind of put it all together. But like you have forearm, you have hands, you have all the finger bits, and then you have all the upper arm pieces, which are like all these other things that are kind of off screen that will eventually like come together. That is not dry yet. But yeah, super exciting, super fun project so far. Plus, I owed you guys an art stream anyways because you have the follow goal. So still taking suggestions for the next one, which will probably be at 750. I still don't know that's gonna be yet. We gotta figure that one out. At some point though, we got time. Granted, at the pace that we have been going, I mean, it might be closer, like sooner rather than later. All right, this one. So, we'll take it though. Appreciate like the amount of support that everyone gives is absolutely incredible. So, the fact that we can do this and all this because of all you guys. All right, and go round. I'm really hoping this is lined up where I want it to be. It's kind of halfway through, so that's really roughly where I want it. I want it to go basically to the edge. Alright. And then from there, kind of equidistant, and then you have... What we're doing here is, so we have, basically the knuckles are going to sit, like, right here. At this kind of layer here. And then slightly behind that is where rivets are. So, like, one there. There. I know, like, this is going to be, like, the edge. This overlaps to, like, the edge of my hand. like the outside edge here. Want it in a bit from there. There and there. Probably. So that we can then do like the outer outline. Before we get to the knuckle deep. Helps if I have paint on the brush. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Well, have to put down the paint. Gonna finish this rivet and then we'll do that routine. Time to whip some hair. I can't do the other scene. Well, we're gonna have to live with this scene because this is the only one I really have set up over here. Actually, let's blow up this camera. Oh, why are you underneath everything? Blow it up a bit. Have enough desk space right now. Headphones, you go on the ground. It's very noisy, so I'm surprised like, I do have a noise gate and suppression in that on the microphone, but I'm surprised it's not picking up all this stormy weather. But yeah, noise gates do God's, like, I'm surprised though, because like I'm a ways away from the microphone. Like I set the noise gate lower so it can still pick up my voice from this distance. Because like my boom arm is still over by where it normally sits on my desk, like at the other desk. But like it's not picking up the crashing and thrashing that's going on outside. It'll take. Alright. Now to back to my original size. Or originally scheduled broadcast from the many hair whippings. I hope it was worth it, Chicky. Hope it was. I mean, as is many of those redeems, everyone always says it's worth it, so. The majestic hair, yeah. To weather the pieces? Probably not. Like, I only intend to, like, wear this indoors. And primarily it's a stream piece, so... They don't really need to be weathered. Like, because if I do ever, like, want that, like, I can always do it later. Not, like, the end of the world. But, like, this is just, like, cheap sheet phone. As well, so, like, is it really worth all the effort that would be, like, weathering it? Probably not. Like, really. True, yeah. Because, yeah, like, if I were to, like, go out to, like, a con with this, then sure. Like, that would make sense. Like, just in case. But, like, other than that, I don't feel it'd be worth. Need to properly. I'm to paint with my left hand, which is gonna go swimmingly, I'm sure. I just need rough spacing. thumb bit is actually on the thumb. Those are the knuckles overlay for that. Bolts. Extra plating. Okay, that's the hand. Nice. We're definitely getting there, though. Like, because I was like expecting like 6-ish hours of painting today, and honestly, it's actually probably gonna be less than that. We're only at 3.5 hours, which is surprising. I expected to go longer, or to take longer at least. But the paint's drying surprisingly fast, which is nice. But since it's drying so fast, we're able to basically continually still like have pieces to work on, which is kind of nice. All right, now for the tricky bit. The fingers are probably going to be like there's not a lot of detail that we need, but like just the lining of like making sure it lines up properly, which for the most part we can do because like these individual pieces here, like the cutouts, line up to where the knuckle and the joints are, because that's how we're actually going to move with this on, and actually still have a decent range of motion in the hand, because we're going to be playing something while wearing this. Is the design aspect behind it. It's just a matter of in the actual hand itself, like you have the segments of like at those knuckle joints, because they're basically ball bearing type of design to allow like the free movement of the arm. It's just a matter of how we want to represent that. Because the first knuckle, like where it joins with the main portion of the hand, like a lot of that's already done on the actual hand itself. So it's primarily just the next two knuckles. Because what we're going to have is that these pieces curve down. So from the top, all you see is that, right? Want those knuckle pieces to like stand out, and then still have those shaping. Because like right here, you have like each of these, it's 3 separate segments conjoined by 2 knuckles. So it's just a matter of like representing that in a way that makes sense, or at least looks good. Like they're not very big knuckles. I don't want to like make them too big here, especially because if they're too close to one another, you know, the pinky, it's gonna pretty close. But like, that's the finger that we're doing right now. It looks kind of weird right now, but like, because like it's not together, like it's not like wrapped around, but like generally speaking, like that kind of looks like the knuckles, and it's lined up to where they would be, but like. See if I can do this without messing up the wet paint. Don't have enough. Like, it kind of works. But like, because you'll see less of the side bits here, like once it actually is put together. Like, that kind of gets the job done, at least from a detailed point of view. Like that, it's like separate segments of finger. Take it. I'll take it. We test fitted when we, before we did any of the painting. So, like, all the foam bits itself is already test fit. And that's how we actually made all this, and how we got the lineup for, all the knuckles and that. And that's why we have all these grooves, right? Is because that's where it lines up with the knuckles. Because we spent, like, 7 hours on stream, like, originally designing and, like, making and cutting all this. And that's also why I bought extra foam when I did, because I knew that we'd probably need to like remake a piece or two. Semi-back Meta Spud called. Very nice. Hopefully with good things. Hopefully all is well. People when making their own patterns forget to test fit and just make stuff and ends up not fitting well. Yeah. Well, that's what we like trialed and errored even with the forearm, because a couple of the design things. Okay, so like how do we want this to fit versus how are we actually getting this thing on? Because originally, like, because there's the one way of like just making it like a sleeve where you just like attach everything together, where like everything's glued together and stuff like that, and you just basically make a sleeve. But then it's like around the wrist is kind of weird and loose, because like your wrist measurement versus your upper arm is different sizings, different diameters, right? So what we did in that case then is like, okay, so what if we just tie it, right? So in terms of like having ties underneath, and so we're just gonna go that route, which is like a couple extra steps, but like definitely much easier when it comes to like on and off, better fit, all of that. So we have a lot more control under that. So all excited about a new cast iron pan. I mean, you're always excited. Cast irons. Be excited too. Yeah. Like, always be excited for cast iron. This new cookware in general is kind of exciting. Like, I'll be honest, I have a favorite pan. Like, that is a thing that, as a responsible adult, or as close as one can be, I have a favorite pan. It do good. It hop on the cast iron train. Well, yeah, it depends on the cooktop that you have, because they don't really work with induction stovetops, I don't think, or not that well at least. Like you need an older like coil top to like have them work well. But like, if you have that, then yeah, by all means. Because a lot of places still do have coil tops. Like I still have coil tops. But yeah, it all depends on what type of appliances you have. Yes, yes. Fox brings up a very good point of proper cleaning and seasoning. Um, is you know non-stick it shall remain. Wait, what do you mean I have to put in work for proper technique of a different type of pan? That's more work than what it's worth. Oh, and to some, yeah, it's quite true. That's more work than what it's worth. But to some, it makes the difference. Oh. Gotta say, I'm definitely feeling the tired train because I'm finally reset on sleep schedule. Like I was up at like 7 this morning, and it felt weird to like be up at 7, but like not because I was up until the sunrise, but because I had slept already and like was waking up. But I had to reset it because EU friendly streams means that I need to be on stream at 3. But also I have dog sitting next month and I need to reset it for that because staying up during the night and sleeping during the day doesn't really work when you're taking care of a pet. Our game, ours awesome. The rare cards are good price and back textures. What game, pray tell, is this? Like a physical card game, or is it like a? Oh wait, no, yeah, that makes sense. Textured card back. But it's definitely a physical card game. Force of Will. I have definitely heard of that before. I don't know from where. And don't say that Force of Will is a magic card because I already know that. But I like as that the fact that it's Force of Will is its own. I'm trying to remember where I've seen or heard of that though. That's definitely happened. I just don't know from where. Eh, I'll look it up later. And then probably get heavily invested in looking at all the art because pretty things are pretty. Like I'm definitely a sucker for good art. says the person painting things. Heard about them a month ago. Bought a few packs. They finally arrived. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I've definitely heard them before. That's probably because I've also like played a bunch of different TCGs before. Like Yu-Gi-Oh way back when, Pokemon way back when, Magic the Gathering I've spent way too much money on previously. Like absorbent amounts of money. But like opening packs just feels good. Hey, what can I say? Like, I might not need these cards, but, like, they make the good chemical in my brain. No clue how to play the game, so I'm gonna have to look it up. I mean, how any game starts, though. You don't know how to play, so you look it up. You look up the rules, look up game mechanics, figure it out. Start playing. You're bad at it, but, like, it's fun. And then you start to heavily invest. Usually how it goes. Alright. So the first thumb knuckle, we're probably gonna put like half of it on, just because of spacing. Because like you have the main thumb knuckle, is right here, and then you just have the probably. Let's do this one first, and then see what kind of spacing we have. Yeah. Then for the thumb, we have the. It's like you have the main thumb knuckle, which is like the bit, right? And then you have the other joint, which is right at the edge. But like on the main hand bit, like that's just open space for us. We don't really have a way to paint that on of like how this is gonna sit, because like this is gonna come out like here, right? So that's gonna be its own thing. Alright, time for the upper arm. What type of details on the upper? Not a lot, actually. I probably want to do like outlining texture like I did with the forearm though. Just so we have some separation. What I'll probably do is we'll line the four pieces up, and then basically do the like outline so that there's that kind of shading aspect. Move all of these out of the way. All right, that's the top one. Apparently it is. All right. The top, which this is the next one under, and the. Okay. I'm hoping this, like, these pieces work as well as the forearm piece did with this outline shading plan. It's probably gonna be fine. But, like, in a perfect world, it works just as good as what the forearm. Where it kind of just, like, pops it up and kind of, like, separates the different pieces. Because, like, there is the physical difference, but, like, as I've said many times, the foam's not very thick. In which case, you're not getting much depth separation between the pieces. So this adds a little bit more, at least from a visual perspective. And especially when it comes to, like, at first glance. And on camera, at least. That's the primary where it's being shown off, right? If it looks good for camera, and it looks good to me. Because, like, even looking at camera right now, like, to me, like, it doesn't look like it's anything, but, like, when I look at the actual what the camera is seeing, like, I actually, like, can see, like, even just, like, right here, like, right on, like, this edge here or this edge here, like, it looks like there's better, like, physical thickness and depth to it. Like, I know that these are 3 separate pieces rather than just, like, where the edges are. Nice. Because then we also have... So this is kind of the base piece where the bicep is. And then you have plate, and then shoulder pad. Shoulder. So on this piece and this piece, you have... If it without a actual flush piece. Those on it. And this top one's a little bit of a special case because of the way it's going to be sitting on my arm, at least for the fit that we did. We have this piece here going to sit, like, up top here. So it's going to have that and then overlap. But it's going to sit out like so. And then these other pieces are going to come down, right? So there's already going to be a decent amount of shadow there. I'm not sure if I want to add the outline, right? We're going to let this dry and just see what it looks like with that overhang. And then go from there. Because ultimately, if it looks fine without it, we won't add the darker painting here. And now I realize this is that I might have to do the rivets on this side. Like, which... Oh no, I did them on the right side. Nice, because this is the front. So this is the front, and then this is also the front. Okay, that actually works out. Because that's where we wanted that. Because, like, technically speaking, there are rivets on this side, but, like, you never see that part. Don't look behind the curtain. The magic behind the curtain. What you don't see, you don't need to see, right? right? Alright, so we close down these references. Oh, keep the one on stream. Just so you guys can, I'm super happy with, like, how this turned out, though. Like, it's gonna look even better once it's all put together. But, like, just looking at the pieces now with, like, the detail on them, and, like, the forearm's definitely, like, what I'm most proud of. Because this, like, turned out, like, in terms of, like, the dark versus light painting. But, like, the overall detail and everything else, like, just seeing this in front of me right now, like, all the individual pieces, and, like, all the work, because this is, like, to this step here, this has been 11 hours of working on it. And that's, well, that's 11 hours of stream working on it. Which means it's been probably closer to, like, 7 or 8 hours of actual work. Because we've been just, like, kind of chatting, doing things full time. But that includes, like, all of the, like, the planning phasing and, like, discussing of, like, okay, how do I want to do this, or, like, which of which, what's it do, right? So, like, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, for the amount of time we spent on this. Oh. I'm gonna sleep good tonight, though. Being up this whole, but we'll take it. All right. Make sure you're all doing stretch things as well, though. Get up and moving around. Make sure you're not stiff-muscled. Especially for those that have been here the full 4 hours. 4 hours is a long time. Long time. So, do what you gotta do. Make sure you're hydrating. Do all your things. But we are coming almost to close on the stream. Give me a little bit shorter than our usual. Probably like 4.5, 5 hours thereabouts. Maybe not even that long. Because we're gonna finish up this last bit, and then because I don't have the yarn in that yet, we're not gonna do that yet. Honestly, over the past couple of months, I should have made the trip to the craft store and actually bought that, because I knew that was our plan back in August. I just never did it. I walked past the craft store, like, probably 5 times in the past 2 months. Didn't actually go to the craft store, though. Which is, I think that's kind of, like, worse, right? Where it's just, like, procrastination, like, to the next level. Like, I went past the thing. Like, I took extra steps to go to the grocery store, which is, like, further away, and, like, made the trip back, and still didn't, like, stop for, like, the one thing I need. But we'll go do that probably tomorrow morning is the plan. No promises, but I will maybe get to the craft store tomorrow morning, which means tomorrow, like, late morning, I should be able to put all of this together. And theoretically, because the plan for tomorrow is to start stream around 3 p.m. again. 3 p.m. EST is the plan. We are going to be doing spooky streaming. And what that means is the game we've chosen is Dead Space. I think it's called Dead Space. Yeah, Dead Space. So we're playing the first game because I've never played any of the series because, you know, I jump extremely easily at all games. So I have all 3 games downloaded. We're probably only gonna get to part of the first game tomorrow. And maybe we'll have some of that other, like the series as some of your other goals at some point. Whether it be sub or follow goal. Maybe that's what we'll do for the next follow goal, is like force me to play the rest of the series. Like the because we'll only do part of game 1 tomorrow. And then well, I guess as the follow goal, maybe we'll do like play the rest of the series, like play the rest of the first game and then have like the second and third game as well. Like I feel that would be a decent leap for like that many follower different, because like I said, the plan is 750 is the next one. So like that, I feel like a three game spooks will be a decent push for that. I'll probably make a poll for that, though. To be honest, I'll come up with a few different things, and if you guys have any suggestions, please let me know, whether it be here in chat or in the suggestions tab of Discord. Because honestly, the goals are for you guys. So I want to make sure that it's something that you guys want to see, right? So like there's spooky things. So because what we've done so far is we've had horror stream, we had karaoke, we still have the baking stream I still need to do that was for 400. So it's just a matter of like having something different. Like it's not entirely the same, but like similar concept when it comes to like horror and stuff like that. Like I'm fine with, because you guys really enjoy watching me jump and get startled, and in the case of the 100 follower horror stream, quite literally scream. So you know, that happened. Which might happen again at Dead Space. I don't know. The game itself is not like full horror, but like is enough spooky things that there will definitely be jump scares pretty consistently. So like there's that. There's the other one that was a maybe. Granted, the people that brought it up said it should be just sub goal instead, which I feel is probably worthy of a sub goal, is maid cosplay, because everyone wants to see me in a maid outfit apparently, which I guess maybe. And that very might well be with silver hair because of current sub goal. But we'll see, because we have the rest of today, aka the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then we have the 4 hours tomorrow. To get 19 more? Math. 19 more. So we'll see. We'll see if you guys are really committed to that silver hair. And then, because if we do hit that, it'll be silver hair. Because that's currently, let me double check the poll. I think the vote is still 20 to 5. Yeah, 20 votes for silver, 5 votes for blue. So like if we hit that, it will definitely be silver based on the poll results, unless like 20 people go in and vote for blue all of a sudden, then it'll be blue. But silver is gonna be the go-to. But we'll see. We'll see if you guys hit that, because we have the hard to see with the. We probably move the towel. There we go. Palestine's hair. So 90% on it though, which is absolutely bonkers already though. Like, you guys are crazy. I say it's crazy. You guys say it's commitment. I still say it's crazy. But you know, we'll take it. Regardless. It's you guys showing your love and appreciation, and the goals are by way of back to you guys, right? At the end of the day. Alright. We have this piece here. And then this is going to sit like so. We need... No, I feel that's enough separation and like enough shadow already on the arm that I don't need to highlight it. Because like there's enough separation here, and then you have, yeah, like the rivet there. But like there's enough shadow effect because like these are going to be like further apart. It's just they seem closer together because of the way I have to hold it. Still lurking, but it looks great. Alice, no worries, Mary. We're gonna be ending here shortly, anyways. So no worries on the lurk. I just wanted to double check on that last piece, but like this, it's painted, it's done. It's just a matter of putting all the parts together, which will be a tomorrow morning, probably for me, to put it all together and then go from there. Because like you have each of these pieces. We actually want to see how this looks on camera. Because like you have the... Yeah, okay. That definitely helps with the shadow and the separation. To have that extra... That part there isn't like in need of like a lot of detail. Because it's the upper arm, right? Because the main detail is definitely like in the hand and in the forearm. And that's definitely, like I said, one of the parts that I feel looks the best. Because like we have... This is going to wrap around. So, right? Because you have the narrow portion for where the wrist is, and then upper arm. But like just the curvature that's getting from there, and then the actual, yeah, the dark groove, and then yeah, the outline for what you're seeing on either side. I like it. With that said, we don't have really much else going on, so we're probably going to call it there for the day. So I do appreciate all you guys being here, hanging out, having a fun time. And, you know, keeping me sane while I just get intoxicated by these non-toxic paint fumes. And, you know, it happens. It's fine. We're totally fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, so the plan is to... We're gonna finish it up today. We have tomorrow's stream. For sure is gonna be Dead Space, at the very least. Because I owe you guys 4 hours of spooky streaming. The Spooktober thing is still in the chat there, actually. So convenient timing of that. Is still active until end of day tomorrow. Meaning that if you guys are still looking for any merch purchases or things like that, the extra benefit of that will still be going until end of day tomorrow. Other than that, we will have other promos coming probably end of November into December for the holiday season. I don't know exactly what I might have planned for that, but I do want to do something along those lines for the whole Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas season, etc., etc., that you have around that. So there will be... Keep eyes posted on that if you aren't purchasing for the whole Spooktober stuff. That is the next potential something or other going on. I do want to do something for the holidays for that. I just need to figure out what first is the plan. And then the maybe that is for tomorrow's stream, other than... So we have Dead Space tomorrow, but the maybe portion is to actually be in cosplay. So we'll be doing our redemption for KB, provided that I make the trip to the craft store tomorrow morning. If I make the trip to the craft store tomorrow morning, I will finish this and get everything put on for tomorrow's stream. So, if not, we'll do it probably later this week, because we will have our full regular stream schedule on top of the Sunday stream. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, all of those streams are still happening as regularly scheduled, plus Sunday as the bonus stream for Halloween, with spooky streaming and costume potentially and all that jazz. Other than that, that's really all I got for you guys, at least for today. We'll talk more tomorrow. I mean, that's a big one. Like I said, if you do have any suggestions when it comes to that next follow goal for that 750, please let me know. That is something I do want your guys' feedback on. So we will have a few different things for that. Online right now. It is still pretty early in the day, so there's not a whole lot of people online because it's only 7 p.m. right now. Here. All right, we wait for them to start. We wait for them to start because they're starting soon. They're on their starting soon. So we wait for them to start. What about 750 followers is the next goal. I just don't have anything specific in mind for that yet. We need suggestions. So if there's any suggestions, like serious suggestions, I should say, rather than joke suggestions. I know you guys are full of those. Is that we'll have that. So far, like the main ones are finish the Dead Space series, which is like spooky streaming, horror type things. Because we're going to be starting that tomorrow. So that could be like a 750 thing where we have like 2.5 games worth of spooky streaming as a potential. We have or like a different type of thing. So like art, for example, like we did art for 500. I do want to try to like mix it up and try not to do like too much of all the things that we already have. If it wasn't too expensive, I'd say I could teach you how to make a leather wallet. Oh my god. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like being like learning that for the first time. I would have to buy like a whole bunch of extra material probably too, just in case I mess up, which will more than likely happen. I'll keep that in my back pocket though, in terms of like another like art type of goal in mind, because like that could be a potential for something else down the road as well. Like not necessarily the 750, but like a bigger goal of some kind. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? That's another big one. But that would be a cool thing to learn. Because like I'm like decently apt at like working with my hands, because I've done like a lot of sculpting things before. I've done a lot of this type of like crafty things before, right? So like I have that aspect. So it would be an interesting thing to do. And then like at 1,000, I did make a joke with a few other streamer friends that might come to light. I don't know yet. Would be like me doing a first-person shooter stream, which would most likely be Valorant. But that's a hard maybe. I originally meant that as a joke when I was talking to that person. But I feel that would be another possibility for that big of a goal, right? Is for me to do something outside the norm, outside something that I would normally do, which, you know, not a person who is not arty at all. Hey, I'll take it then. So hooray! Hopefully better student. Probably not. Probably not. I'm a horrible student. Let's be real. I'm good with knowledge. I'm bad with being a student. That's at least how it happened in school. Like, I'm good with knowledge. I'm good with, like, projects and stuff like that. But, like... Like, if you let me do my thing in my own corner, then maybe, but, like, that's normally not the case when learning a technique of thing like that, right? Some of the skills is good, despite what my mom says, I'm a good teacher. Well, I might be the judge of that. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, friendo, can you start your stream so I can raid you? Been on your starting soon screen for 4 whole minutes. Wait, it's only been 4 minutes? Oh my god. Bad. Oh boy. Oh, I should probably have some copy pastas. Copy pasta? Copy pasta? Copy paste? If the bot wants to cooperate. Which reminds me, I need to put this keyboard back together because I took a part off the keys, which is still a thing. But, like, it's fine. I only minorly broke things or took them apart. But, yeah, so that's the main thing for, for 750. And then, like, other, like, sub-goal things down the road. So, like, we have potential for, aid cosplay down the road, because that was something that was brought up, and I'm sure a lot of you would yell for that. Something you need to do, soon too is clean. Yeah, I do, like, my actual keyboard, like, every so often, because, like, you need to. Especially with how much I shed. But, you know. Other than that, they're finally live. Oh. So we're gonna... If I can type properly, because I'm not used to flat keys. I am so bad at this. We're gonna... Sam's rated us the other day. We're gonna send you guys back there. By the looks of it, he's in the Valorant category, so I'm assuming he's playing Valorant today. But he's also in cowboy gear and getup. He is Howdy Sam, with his hat and his bandana and his plaid. We're gonna go say hey. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Tater. Thank you all the peoples for being here. And as a reminder, we'll see you guys tomorrow. 3 p.m. Not regular scheduled. I'll make a post about it in Discord as a reminder. But we are back tomorrow for spooky streaming. So exciting. Also, tomorrow is last day for that silver hair sub goal, as well as the last day for Spooktober merch things. So if you do want to take advantage of either one of those goals, please do so. Otherwise, we'll catch you guys next time. Later.